I mean, you say that, but you never know. There might be a rando like, hey, I forgot to buy this ages ago. I think I'll buy it today. I kind of get it still. Like again, we're talking about at least the newer version of a phone that someone might be inclined to buy, maybe, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not don't get don't get me wrong here. I agree it's something that we should have kept going because it's something that while it's not like it's going to do a ton of consistent views all the freaking time, it's a long tail value. And that being said, the yeah. Yeah. But all that being said, I can understand why individual people are like, screw this. I want nothing to do with this post. Like, I would be one of those people who's like, you know what? Cheers, but this is too much work for what you're going to pay me. Yeah, there are a lot of posts that I just look at and it's like, no, I get it. I know why, but I don't want to do this. This isn't worth my time. Hell, the movie post isn't worth my time. But I've at least started billing more for it. Oh, I just. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's HTG's problem now. Which sucks to say, but I mean, it's the truth. Right. Uh, yeah. I keep debating if I want to apply anywhere else. I feel like there's just there's no reason for me to stay in this industry. It sucks so much. I mean, just in the years that I've been in it, like I've watched it go so dramatically downhill. And I feel like we're right on the fringe of things getting catastrophically worse. But hey, I'm not a doomsayer at all. Pretty much. I mean, the affiliate program is it's not dead, not by a long shot, but let's be honest, the way that they have changed it, like anyone who used to rely on that as their income pretty much is now like, yay, you need to find other ways to make money because it's way worse than it used to be. Okay, I'll get this window out of my view because it's going to enrage me even fucking. Oh, hey, it worked. Go figure. Uh, okay, according to Diablo, yep, no, that's true. Why is my mic going through my music channel? That makes no sense. Okay, looking quickly to see if that's fixable. Okay, that should not be there. Or rather, that looks like it's fine. Um, that's doubly weird because yeah, it's all got to be in the music channel. Why is my mic going through the music channel? Is this because I tweaked things last time? Board 1, board 2. It's not hearing you, it's just hearing me. I don't know what I've said, but or well, I've got a vague recollection of enough of it, but I don't think I've trash talked anything too much. Um, okay, well screw it. Let's go live and Diablo, let me know if I'm echoing because if I'm echoing, then it's something. Yeah, I'll fix in a second. If I'm not echoing, I'll just leave it as it is because I'm actually going to stop the music in a second anyway. Okay, so we are live. Just from looking at it, I almost guarantee I am echoing. He says no echo, but I think, yeah, that was before it switched over for him. But yeah, if there's echo, I will fix. If there is not, hooray. That being said, also need to check. Let's see. Audio capture for you. Because VLC is doing this weird thing. Or sorry, not VLC, but OBS is doing this weird thing. I recognize this being a problem sometimes. Oh no, it is capturing you. Okay. It didn't look like it was. So that's good. The only problem is, for some reason, my mic is going through the music channel. Why would that be?
Your voice is music to everyone's ears.
Thank you, Corbin. So Diablo. No echo before either, but good. You hear air sound, possibly capturing another source at the same time. I wonder if it's capturing my laptop mic. Huh. Why does this stuff always happen? I've done so many weird things to configure all this stuff. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I accidentally bumped something in some settings somewhere and now it's decided, hey, we're going to be weird about everything. No, that should be fine. Okay, it shouldn't be capturing it because OBS has got that weird extra input. Let's see, the Yeti mic is just capturing Yeti. Let's see, music should be there. Oh, hey, there's, I think, the problem. Which one is it? Okay. Hey, I think that's fixed. Not that it really matters, but I think it's fixed.
Excellent.
Alright, and yeah, that was something I had to change last week, which I didn't really have to change. It was just an issue with VLC doing weird crap. I was actually not going to have music this week, but now that it's so far in, I may as well leave it. I was going to do music just for the intro and then kill it, but yeah, we'll leave it this way again. Alright, anyway, topical topics. What do we have? Really quick, I am just going to briefly rant because it was a topic in the politics channel last night, or rather, kind of a side topic. But
Okay.
oh
You
my
go ahead
god!
and you go ahead and rant. I'm trying to very quickly finish up this Pixel 4 sale post.
All right, you do that. Well, this will be a micro rant, but go for it.
Okay. Speed rate.
So, I have been trying for entirely too long to get my documents sent to, evidently it's the county clerk's office in order for me to get a birth certificate. As far as I can tell, I could be wrong about this, but I think they just, I don't know, like, turn off their fax machine partway through the afternoon. I don't know what the hell is going on with them, but I have a rage factor that is going off the freaking charts over this crap. And the company that is like the sole provider of the like business of looking this stuff up is incompetent. Also, evidently incapable of doing things. Not exactly sure. But just for a fun little example, let me show. This is the recent fax history. By the way, this is not the only service I have used. Let me be clear on that. I have tried faxing them through multiple services, just in the offhand chance that one service is like garbage and not actually sending faxes. So if you look above my head right there, you see there is one success, and that one was a little over a week ago. Then you see a string of failures starting at 3:20 p.m. 3:20. Seriously, it's still business hours. Like, there's no excuse for this. And some of these are failures because the line was busy for like 20-30 minutes at a time. It just kept trying to resend the fax and it just couldn't get through and finally gave up. Some of these failures are because there was just literally no answer. No pickup at all. I'm losing my crap over this because this is something... I started this quest to get my freaking birth certificate Uh, a month ago? I think it was a month ago now. Give or take a few days. It was far enough back that I was definitely later than I should have been, but I would have actually had the birth certificate on time that my license would not have... I mean, technically the license was expired, but we've got a grace period here in Oregon. I was still well within the grace period if they had just sent everything on time. Now, I still don't have it. And beside him, the answer to this is, I don't live in the state I was born in. And there is no such thing as getting your birth certificate in another state, like, directly. You have to order it from the state you're born in. So, I've been, you know, short of flying down to California, which seems expensive. Short of flying down to California, I can't just go pick it up. But my God, this is getting ridiculous. This is so freaking ridiculous. I am losing my crap over this. And the thing is, it's now been sent. I know for a fact I've sent the necessary forms 10 times. They have received the forms 10 times. How did I get my last ID? Notably, the last time that I needed to get a birth certificate was when I got a passport 15 years ago. About 15 years ago. And actually had to go through the same company then. And everything went fine. It was slow, but it went fine. I haven't needed a birth certificate since then. The last time the time before that I needed one would have probably been when I got my first driver's license, and honestly, I don't know how or when I got a birth certificate for that. But that was a lot longer ago. So, yeah, at this stage, I'm enraged. Honestly, no joke, after multiple emails to the company that is supposed to be responsible for this, they finally replied back today basically saying, we don't know, we don't control that fax machine, so call them. And it's like, great, okay. Just so, I wanted to reply back and say, just so you know, that thread at the bottom where I said that I will reverse the charges, I'm not kidding about this. I will straight up call my credit card tomorrow if something doesn't happen, and I will reverse the charges because you guys have intentionally prevented this from happening. I will find another way to make this work. Just saying, I'm furious. I'm pissed. Because this should be one of the most... This should be so easy. This should be a process no one should have to fight through. I have the required forms. They're filled out appropriately. They are stamped. They're legal. Mostly. There's a bit of a catch to that, but we're not going to nitpick.
Cody's an illegal.
I technically, I'm not far from it. I do not actually have legal papers to prove I'm a U.S. citizen in the sense that the things I now have are expired.
Yeah. That's funny.
Hey, Austin. Notifications. They're wildly unreliable. But yeah, I like, seriously, how do things get done if you can't get a government document to be sent? And I know that this is such a weird niche joke, but I just want to say, everyone kept asking why Obama didn't provide his papers. I'm telling you, it's because they're this slow. Everyone's like, no, he's never going to show them. And he's like, months or years later, here they are. It's because it takes this long to get your freaking birth certificate. Assholes.
And I'm clicking publish on this post. Right
beside him. So first off, you say it's a person's responsibility to get proper documentation before moving states and keep with those documents. Okay, so there's two problems here, which no offense, but it tells me you have not had to actually use your birth certificate for things like this. Particularly getting a passport. When you get a passport, you don't go down to an office and show them your birth certificate. You send them your birth certificate. You hand it over. And it's actually also notably your birth certificate, this is going to sound weird, but it doesn't count. It is not actually sufficient. You have to hand them what is called a certified birth certificate? Or authorized? I don't know. Anyway, you have to actually hand them one that is still in a sealed envelope that has been stamped by the county clerk. So this isn't the same birth certificate they would give you at birth. I still have that one somewhere, I think. Though that, I think, has been lost due to other reasons. And, well, I'll throw in another issue in a second, but the practical realities are you have to actually get forms that you do not keep. You're getting a copy that you have to hand over. This is a actual legal requirement for getting a passport. Unless there's a passport office that I haven't encountered that is like, oh no, we're cool with that original copy from 30 some years ago.
Yeah. This sounds like what I was trying to apply for colleges, and the colleges did not want my copy of a high school transcript. They wanted me to go to the high school and tell them to mail it to the college directly.
Yeah. And in the case of a certified birth certificate, honestly, it is the stupidest thing in the world. It is literally, they send you this thing in a sealed envelope and it's been stamped. It is super easy to fake this.
Because nothing can defeat a sealed envelope.
Yeah. It's super, super easy to fake this. It'd be easy to cheat, but they don't. It's sort of like going to an airport and taking off your shoes as you go through the metal detector. Like, yeah, this is theater, guys. You know it is.
Yeah.
Beast items, dude, you do not tell me it's untrue. No offense, but like, do not tell me it's untrue. I've literally read this right on their freaking website. It's a fact. I've dealt with it. I've dealt with it multiple times. It's definitely effing true. So, and right now, I mean, go check out Oregon's DMV. Like, I have to provide them a certified copy. This is how it works. I've done this before. So, anyway, now, setting all this aside, I'm also going to point out common sense. Not everyone, first off, not everyone gets their copies of this stuff. In my case, I was moved out of the state of California when I was 1 year old. I can't exactly have gone down to the office and demanded a birth certificate. And I have not lived in the state of California since. In point of fact, I've only briefly passed through the couple of counties, well, the county where I was born in. So it's not like going down to the county clerk's office is a convenient thing for me. I have to order it. It's a fact. Beside him, there is what's called an informational copy and a certified copy. Informational copies are much more easily obtained. Look it up. I'm not going to go into further details, but they're way, way easier to get. Certified copies are the thing you typically need when you need to provide proof. And agreed, it's a lot more common sense. Most people, that's what they're going to need, but informational copies are far from rare. Anyway, so what was the other thing? Oh, and then keep in mind, you're saying like it's a person's responsibility to get something before they move states. As I just pointed out, that's not exactly an option for me as a 1 year old. But also throwing in the obvious common sense component that sometimes documents get lost, destroyed, damaged. If your house was, let's say, in a fire situation, you may have lost documents.
And also, you know, let me say, as someone who just moved states for the first time a couple months ago, there's not like a master checklist of everything I have to do. Like, I moved here partially because I've just barely become a fully functional adult, where there's not a checklist of things I have to do. So in my mind, like I knew, like okay, I need to get a new like ID. That's important. I need to change a couple things. But like, there's just so many things where you don't think about it until like a couple months later. Oh yeah, I probably need to let my car, the company I'm leasing, not leasing, paying off my car from, let change my new address so that when I eventually pay off the car, they don't send the title to where I lived before. So there's a very long category of things you have to do when you change states, and it's not really laid out clearly in any way, because a lot of it, some of it is like stuff you do on the state level, and some of it is stuff you have to do with the companies you're working for, or if you're doing any kind of financial stuff, you have to switch all that over. Like my credit card didn't work for like a week because I changed the billing address on it to my new address, which I only remembered to do, after, because I guess that's not something I think about. And I just couldn't use it for a while because every time I would put in my new zip code, it would be like, no, it's invalid. And then I put in the old zip code and it was like, nope, that's still invalid. So that was fun. So no, this is like not a good process at all. And it has absolutely encouraged me to not move states anytime soon.
Yeah. You're right. Definitely, there is no such thing as a master checklist. I mean, legitimately, there. If you go looking for it, there are like blog posts of, "Hey, what should you do if you're going to be moving?"
There's people doing the government's work for them in this case.
Yeah.
Like I should just be able to go to like some office here and say, "Hey, I just moved. Can you like let me know everything I have to do and like give me the links to stuff?" But no, instead I had to spend a long time trying to find an open DMV appointment in this state, and then I had to drive like 3 hours total to an office in a completely different part of the state because they were the only one with appointments open.
Okay, so Beast Item, I'm going to take personal offense on this because this is actually becoming rude. Legitimately, dude. Personal responsibility, straight up. First off, I'm doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing. I'm collecting the document I need to collect. It is a document that I'm going to have to hand over. I do not get it back, period. End of discussion. That is personal responsibility 101. You get the things you need to get. So don't start down that road. It is like actually becoming offensive. And keep in mind, this is literally doing the thing that needs to be done. And bear in mind, I don't care what excuse anyone puts behind it. Factually, this is a process that needs to be accomplishable, regardless of everything else. No matter what BS excuse anyone wants to put on it, it doesn't matter. You have to be able to get these documents, period. I don't care what else. I am jumping through hoop after hoop. It's period. Beast Item, no. Done. End that right now. I'm telling you, right now, you're actually pissing me off. It's
gonna go in the timeout corner.
It is on the effing website. Plain and simple. I've gone through this. You have to hand it over. It is a certified copy. They require it. Period. End of discussion. Don't want to hear any more about it. Mm-hmm. Anyway. So
yeah. Anyway, states suck. I think the meta takeaway from this is that it really does feel like we get far more of the downsides of being a federalized government than the upsides.
Yes.
Like it feel like I'm not like I'm kind of like I can name a lot of things that are absolutely a downside to just having duplicate governments in place, and like not really like any upsides that I can name on just like the upsides are more just like the federal government not doing something they should be doing, and then the states are slightly more reasonable. like where some states were legalizing like same-sex marriage much earlier than the U.S. government. Like that's just something like the federal, they could have done that, but they just chose not to.
Yeah.
So like I'm kind of like I don't know if there's really many helpful situations here. It just feels like a lot more work for not a whole lot of benefit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I fully understand why some states have certain laws and restrictions on the books and others don't. Sometimes it makes sense,
Yeah.
sometimes it doesn't. There are local, like geographic issues that sometimes really justify it. Um, but yeah, there are other things. Honestly, like I do not understand why we haven't federalized certain things that honestly
Yeah.
would just be easier if we did.
Like I did, like identification, right?
Yeah.
This is like every other country does this, but just because Americans, or a large amount of Americans, have some kind of perverse opinion to there being a national identification system, we have to deal
Yeah.
with this, and we have to deal with this, and also what we deal with is that there's still a need for an ID system. So we're using social security numbers, which have no security and we're not meant to do this, but we're using that for the national ID, and that's also causing problems. But
Yeah, there's so much stuff that we could fix if we actually just went down the basic road of saying, "Hey, you know what? Everybody is already doing it this way because
yeah,
the laws say that it has to be done this way. Let's just take away the that little ounce of unnecessary variability to it, like we were discussing with Real ID. Like there are some states that haven't given out a non-real ID in a few years. There are other states where they're going to keep giving them out until the last second, if not maybe longer. Honestly, I don't know the situation with Oregon. I'm not sure if they're going to hand them out after 2023, but I think they are. I can't tell.
apparently I'm loud.
Are you? I couldn't tell. Um,
I just turned my gain down a little bit, but it was at what it's normally at.
let's see.
Today's show theme is Cody mixes audio.
It kind of is. Um, okay, so okay, beside him, dude. Let's say hypothetically that they aren't going to keep the documents, even though the last conversation I had with a DMV employee said, if you're sending them in to us like you have to, they're not getting sent back.
Mm-hmm.
I like that's how it works, bro. Unless you're attaching a self-addressed stamped envelope, I don't think they care. Anyway, regardless, it's over and done. I still have to get a birth certificate. Beyond this point, it's a non-topic. I have to get this thing. Period. Stop arguing with me. If you don't have to go through it, I do. So, deal.
Deal.
Anyway,
But yeah. So anyway, so states are stupid, and
yes,
I
they
move.
really are.
Yeah. And now I feel like, and now like every time I try to learn about how Europe works, whether it's like, for a article about some new privacy legislation they're doing, or something else, I'm getting the same exact vibe. Like they've yeah, right, like the EU at this point is sort of like a United States, but right, the countries can still leave, which the states can't here. I know, contrary to popular opinion, states cannot leave the country. Someone needs to tell a lot of people in Texas that, because they're under the assumption they can still leave. But no, it's just as complicated over there. But yeah, like it doesn't need to be that complicated here. Like states don't need to be, you know, states aren't countries with that used to have their own currencies and GDPs and everything else.
So yeah. Anyway, well, when it comes to Europe and their privacy laws, I mean the GDPR has been an absolute winner of all the things. So
Yeah, can we get some of that? Like, I can't, please.
no, oh my God, no. Look, I love the intent of the GDPR. I really do. I like Cheers. They have
Yeah.
they really do want to improve privacy. They want to improve how companies can interact with people. But the GDPR was such a disastrously bad thing. It's sort of like the DMCA in pretty much almost every way, except obviously for different. They serve different purposes, but I mean, we're talking about a law that was written very poorly, has tons and tons of weird, arcane things built into it that don't work, and it made life worse for pretty much everyone, and created massive like loopholes and issues. So the GDPR,
I admit I've not researched it extensively. I just I share the general feeling of Europe. I feel like they're trying. They're trying harder than we are at this. Are they succeeding? I don't know. I don't live there.
yeah. Well, except you see all the website notifications because those are required everywhere, regardless of where you live. Because, funny enough, the GDPR oversteps its bounds. But hey, what's the issue there? It doesn't matter that they did. But hey, which Diablo, I don't know if you intended it this way, but yeah, seriously, the GDPR is one of those laws that was kind of written like, hey, we're just gonna overstep our bounds because we can, which is kind of a very American thing to do. I'm mildly amused by the fact Corbin turned off the camera, but we can still hear the dog barking. Let's see. B-side, no, get new ones, and there may be a process which COVID has put everyone behind on. Dude, I'm going through the process. Do you not understand this? Like, seriously, you are fighting to not get the point of this. I don't have the document, period. I need to get the document. I'm doing the responsible thing. Why is this an argument? Like,
Cody, why could you not
fighting for no purpose?
Cody, why could you not anticipate every possible outcome?
I mean, I did anticipate this, and I again, I admit I took longer than I should have to start the process, but I still started it in time. And because a county clerk's office, evidently, because I didn't actually know who I was faxing because I couldn't find out, they just gave me a number to fax. Apparently, county clerk's office is not receiving faxes. And because of that, there's literally nothing else I can do, at least that I've been able to find. I believe there's some other option where I think I might have to mail this stuff to them, which at that point now I have to go get copies made of a freaking form somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Put your birth certificate in just like a normal envelope.
Oh, no. This wouldn't be the birth certificate going into the envelope. It would actually be the birth certificate request form that has to be notarized, which I already have done. That's what I've been faxing to them, is a form that is a request and it had to get notarized. Anyway, I did that. But I guess the only other way, I believe, I'd have to double check this. And this, by the way, varies by office. So some county clerk's offices will allow some things, others require other things. In this case, I would have to, I think the other way to do it is literally you put everything into an envelope and just send it to them, and you kind of hope it gets there. The fax machine is faster by a week or more, except in the instance where it doesn't effing work. See, I'm sorry, but there again, there has to be a system where you can do these things. I'm going through the system and it's not working. This is a failure on someone else's part, not mine.
Kirby said I have a low webcam feed. If I do, I can't fix that. That's just DSL, and that's another thing I have to change. But yeah. But yeah, no, this is 100% the main joke in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, where Earth gets destroyed to make way for a hyperspace expressway. And the joke is that when the Vogons show up to blow up Earth, they're like, oh, what do you mean you didn't know about it? The plans were shown off in the office in this other solar system. What do you mean you can't go to the other solar system? It's 100% like that. Also, the dog was barking because I got my, almost showed my address. Got a box with more tile trackers in it. Because I got one for my dog and they seem neat, so I bought more for other things.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah. I don't know what, but like I guess I'll put one in my car, just why not? And then I've been trying to find like a good like key ring or lanyard or something to put my keys and other stuff on, but I can't find anything I like there because all these key rings are huge. Like I don't know who these people are who are putting like full size like Yoda action figures on their key ring and keeping that in their pockets at all time.
I mean, I kind of tell
maybe
myself it's the same people that replace the keys on their keyboard with like Yoda heads or Boba Fett or something like that.
I mean, I get it.
I know someone who does that.
Yeah, I get it for like people who already carry a handbag or something with them everywhere, because like horizontal space doesn't matter at that point. You can just throw anything in there. But like I got a wallet case for my phone because I was like, can I at least like merge these two things? No, it's like I have a brick in my pants at all times with that case. It's terrible. So now I'm back to the flattered phone case, and I have my wallet that's like one of those like minimalist ones where it's just pockets and doesn't even open or anything.
I can't quite go that far. I used to carry around a wallet that was just overstuffed with garbage. These days, my wallet stays pretty thin, but I still stick to kind of like the average trifold wallet just because that's what I've always kind of carried. But yeah, I try to just keep it as clean as possible. I don't want to carry around a thick wallet. It's miserable.
Yeah. Yeah. I just carry like the ID and then like 4 cards because I have my Amex and then I have my debit for the places that don't take the Amex. And then I have like my health insurance card, so if I spontaneously die, someone knows who to call. And that's and then also like a couple bucks in cash because I keep running into places that cards in general are annoying at. So
is nobody gonna call out Corbin on this?
Oh, did I say something offensive?
Well, besides the fact that very amusingly you did say earlier, it's like I have a brick in my pants at all times.
Right.
Which you then added with this case, but still mildly amusing. But you just kept saying Amex.
Yeah.
Pretty much I've honestly never heard anyone say it that way. I always hear Amex.
Okay. Well, Both
This week on Corbin
pronunciations
mispronounces
are
stuff.
stupid. Yeah. Oh, Cody, let me tell you, that last podcast episode, that needed so many edits.
Raspity.
Rastity, titties. I mean, just everything.
Oh, hey, you even got to me. You got me mispronouncing it once.
Oh yeah, I had to edit you a couple times. You're not perfect over there either.
Oh,
And then there were the couple of people upset that I said OSX instead of OS10, but those people are wrong.
oh no,
I'm
those
not
people,
wrong.
they have a special kind of wrongness to them. Sorry, you don't get to call it OS 10 if you write it X. That's just how it is. Sorry, Apple.
And
You lost.
but
this
also, yeah, and also Apple didn't help themselves because they put OS X everywhere and then they put the version number after. So if I was reading it like the X is 10, then all the updates would be like Mac OS 10 10.2. And
Yeah.
that sounds stupid.
Yeah, that doesn't work at all. Also, and I mean, people can debate this till the end of time, but look, switching to Unix base the same year or at the same time as switching the name to OS X, like, come on, you kind of did this to yourselves. You have this direct implication. Like, just face it, Apple. It's OS X.
Yeah. So that the part 3 just went up this week of that podcast series, and then and I have the link in that in Cody's Discord, and then we have a part 4 that I have not finished the draft for, so I need to do that. But that'll come after a different episode that I'm going to record on Thursday, because I think not everyone cares about operating system releases. So I'm trying to, get different topics in between those. But I hadn't done a part, but I did the first part, and then I did like 3 completely unrelated ones. So I wanted to kind of even it out a little bit. Yeah. And then I'm also working on an episode about a video game that's like hilarious, because I started researching, and I had the same problem with when I did the episode on the PlayStation phone. I was like, I'm like, there's got to be enough here for like a good size like podcast, and there ended up like just barely being enough. Like, I was hoping for more stuff around how it was discontinued. I just couldn't find anything. This has the opposite problem. This episode about this one video game that just became like a meme for a little while. I thought I wouldn't be able to find much outside of it being a meme, which in itself is like, it's funny, but not like mentally engaging at all. But there's way more stuff that I was anticipating, and it's stuff that wasn't covered anywhere. The Wikipedia article for this game is like 5 paragraphs, and it didn't have a lot of the stuff I'm finding. So
I'm like 90% certain I know what you're talking about.
I can DM you. I can tell you what game it is, because
Well,
you're not
I
going to
guess-
be.
By the rough 5-paragraph estimate, then that doesn't fit Duke Nukem Forever.
No. That might be one later. I don't know. I know that
I mean,
one.
you mentioned it being a meme, like that.
Yeah.
That's an obvious choice.
Yeah. I'll text you. You've probably not heard of this.
Panos Hands of Fate.
No. Isn't that a movie?
I think they made a game out of it. I swear we covered it at AP, but I might be mistaken. I would have sworn AP covered it.
Okay. Well, I'll send you the Wikipedia article about it, because I'm getting someone else to do it, so I don't care if you've heard about this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of remember. I know I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Really,
But there's just so much.
The meme.
Yeah, but there's way more. Like, just as an example, like, I was going through the subreddit for this game, just because it had been around almost as long as the game had, so I thought it might be a good way to like figure out. Like, I wanted to try to figure out like how this became a meme a little bit, but I wasn't too successful in that front. But I did find in the subreddit, like layered way back, was that there was going to be a sequel to this, and that was just not report. That went nowhere because the devs were terrible at advertising. Like they wanted like $500,000 on Kickstarter, and they got like $4,000. But yeah, just stuff like that. Like this is So that's been fun to research, but also slightly overwhelming. Because I'm like, oh, this will be a fun little short episode. It'll be have some fun. Nope, this just not reported anywhere. So yeah, that's fun. But this week I'm recording one with Joe about a car. So good stuff. And about the wallet discussion, Kirby said yoga pants pockets for the win. Do yoga pants have pockets?
I mean, there's no reason they can't be made with pockets.
Yeah, I guess some of them do. But I remember like whenever I was at, back when I was in high school, I'd always see girls with yoga pants, but they just shoved their phone in the pants. There weren't like actual pockets. But I don't know. Maybe we've advanced since then. That was a couple of years ago. We've learned new technology.
Pocket technology.
Yeah, pocket technology.
Oh,
but,
man.
Yeah. Yeah. But besides editing out me saying completely nonsensical words, podcast is still fun. It's been fun.
Speaking of edits, totally unrelated, but I actually have to do edits on some photos I took this last weekend, which I still haven't pulled off the camera. And if I can find my USB cable, I may show these in a little bit. Speaking of, seriously, what did happen to that cable?
Kirby said, yeah, they have thigh pockets now. Okay. Thigh pocket. Is that pockets on the outside of the thigh or the inside of the thigh? I need to Google this.
I think this is just an excuse for you to Google yoga pants.
I'm explicitly searching yoga pants pockets, Cody.
I mean, hey, you do you, man.
Oh yeah, there's some with them on the outside. Okay.
Not that this is in any way that important or relevant to the discussion right now, but I do find it weirdly interesting that, not that I think this will come as a surprise to anybody listening, but the AP does have kind of a, like, everyone once a month, everyone's supposed to call in and just do like a big group call. Anyway, coincidentally, Corbin scheduled the next podcast recording for like just a little over an hour after AP's next monthly call.
Oh. Okay.
So, on that note, fair warning, there may have to be a little delay. Not much. But
okay.
There is a chance that I might not be able to join right on time.
Okay. Well, I can scooch it. When do I have your?
It's 7:30.
Oh, I didn't realize I already set that recording, even though I hadn't finished the script yet. Okay, that's an incentive for me to finish the script.
And then coincidentally, next month also on the same day, or like all hands call in, I have a doctor's appointment that I could not seem to get any other day. They sort of wrangled me into having it that day, and I have to take off again, like right after that call is over, to get on the road to get up to the doctor's appointment. So,
okay. You want to see what Target just? You want to see what Target did to me?
Oh, God.
So, they mail me. I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally dox myself. So they sent me like this size box. So pretty, normal size box. You want to know what's in here? This.
Case.
It's just this. Okay. Like, why could this not go in an envelope? Target.
Okay.
I'm so bad at this.
That's honestly not the worst. I mean,
no, it's not. It's not the worst. It's still annoying.
There was. Oh man, what was it? There was something I was sent. It was probably about 4 or 5 months ago. There was something that I was sent. It was literally. I don't think it was a phone case. But it was like about that size and weight. It was really tiny. Mm-hmm. It was flat, like maybe a card or something. And it was sent in like a full, like big, almost Amazon box.
Yeah.
Like the sort of thing that you should be sending a router in, or I don't know, anything like that. It was ridiculous. And, the box felt like it had nothing in it, obviously, because it basically didn't. And yeah, it was just, you look at it and it's like, guys, this had to have cost you how much? You couldn't have thrown it in an envelope or something. This is dumb. And they had packing in there, like extra padding, like whatever it was that was in there. I remember looking and thinking, you could have put this thing into one of those industrial powered paint shakers and just let it shake for like an hour. The thing inside of this is not going to get damaged. You don't need to pad this.
Yeah.
It was so dumb.
So I bought the Tile 2 pack, and they actually included different colors. That's nice. So I don't know. Again, I don't really know what I'll use these for, but I'll use them for something. If I can get it out. Wow.
So
nice.
You keep pulling stuff up and putting it away just as I'm managing to switch the views.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll
not
hold
that it matters because you are coming in as super, super like low res, but
good.
You look like an original NES game.
Oh god, it made beeping noises. Okay, putting that back in the box.
And for completely no reason whatsoever, I'm actually going to slightly use this as an excuse to bring in, of all things, an article that Nils wrote and brought up. Just because, like, I still had the tab open and I kind of figured this would be a fun thing to bring up. Plus, Curvy will probably find this mildly interesting. Elgato is going to have a new Stream Deck that's probably being announced tomorrow. It's basically exactly the same, except it will have replaceable faces for it, and they changed how the cord fits in. Otherwise, looks like it's probably the same. I assume they'll probably be announcing some new software features too. And one of these days, maybe I'll get one. Or not, because it's still like 140 bucks or something.
Made more beeping noises. Yeah, if those things, if I was on Windows all the time, I would have bought one of those ages ago. Because like I'd love to just have, not even for streaming, just I'd love to have like the station of quick action buttons just right there, and that I can customize to do anything. But none of these ever work with Linux, so I haven't bought them. But
yeah. I mean, I would definitely like it for streaming. That would be super handy. But the fact that these are programmable and you can do other stuff with them makes that like so much more. And very specifically, I know that this would sound kind of niche, but I would love to do that with IDEs. Anyone who's ever written software before, one of the things that is
physical run button.
Well, okay, look, I if it.
Although if I was gonna have a physical run button, I think I'd want it to be like one of those like the big red buttons with like the glass shield over it that you have to open first and then hit the button. That's what I would want.
Not gonna lie, that
like,
would actually be kind of fun.
All right, we're arming the app, everyone. But just or go all the way and have like a key ring you got to turn the key to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I want that for publishing articles. That'd be fun. Just add it, Yeah. Like
That
you
would
need
be
to
actually
turn
pretty cool.
you got to turn the key, and then you also have to get the second in command to also turn the key at the same time for it to happen, like the self-destruct on Star Trek.
Yeah. No, I get it. Um, but no, the thing I want is almost every IDE when you're, especially Xcode. Xcode's so
Mhm.
bad about this. Uh, you really want to be able to change the layout of your workspaces, and I would kill to just have like a one button push to switch layouts.
Yeah.
That would be like also actually I would use it. Man, actually I would really use it in DaVinci Resolve. I would there As I'm thinking about it, like there are a handful of different apps where switching the layout of your workspace is like so great, but it's
Yeah.
not that convenient. I would love it.
And
Absolutely
and
would love
and
it.
and the apps where some like I have a couple apps like this where functionality I use all the time isn't necessarily what like most people use all the time. So there's not like a button for it in the UI. So that'd be something good to have as a physical button.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have to do like this keyboard shortcut where I have to like twist my fingers to get control and shift and everything else. But yeah, so yeah, I would have bought one of these already if I could use it for how I want it, but they all hate me.
They all hate the Linux.
Hmm.
You dirty, dirty Linux users.
Daisy's under my desk. I don't know why. You good? I don't know what she's up to.
You should be
Good.
worried.
I don't know if she got annoyed because of the beep. She really hates beeps, and I don't know why. Um, like I got a like so that Daisy, what what I don't know. Maybe she didn't like the beeps coming from the tile, but what is it? She might also just want to go play. There might be dogs out in the uh, dog park. She wants to go play with friends.
Um, so, B-Slidem mentioned that in all likelihood, what it probably is a fulfillment center, like someone in there just being bored and like intentionally kind of trolling or just goofing around by using the biggest box and the most packaging possible. I believe it. I
Hmm.
I, I fully expect that happens all the time at Amazon because I've gotten some absurd packages coming from Amazon that are just literally the most ridiculous, weird choices they could have made. While at the same time, other packages come and there's like literally no packaging at all around the product, which doesn't usually matter because it's inside of a box that'll take any amount of abuse, but still, it is weird that way. Um,
Daisy's just standing here. I don't know what. Dog's being weird. Okay.
she thinks you're being weird. It makes sense.
Yeah. I mean it. I mean, like, if you didn't know like what a computer was, it would be pretty weird if you just like stood in a chair for like 10 hours a day, seemingly doing nothing.
My oh no, my cat I think genuinely is very confused because um she knows me mostly by the fact that I'm pretty stationary when I'm inside the house, which is
Hmm.
unfortunately a lot. But so she has very little concept of me like walking around and moving around doing things, stuff like that. Whereas
Right.
the only other person my cat goes around is usually up and moving a lot during those same hours. So she perceives me as kind of this stationary thing that she can come and lay on. And meanwhile, the other person she perceives as pretty much just being the one she can take walks with, which is bizarre.
Mm.
um, Meanwhile, if I ever go anywhere else, which I miss doing, um, yeah, I'm a lot more active and moving around at those times.
Yeah. Yeah, she's
Um,
just like walking around. Like I don't know what the deal is. Oh, there she is. She's camera shy. I don't know what she wants.
oh, Austin
But
says Amazon uses an algorithm that basically decides what box size and packaging they get.
I've heard a lot of stuff about this. I don't know how much of it is just hearsay or not. I think it's a fun thing to guess about.
I'm assuming if that's the case, it must vary by like location to some extent because I've ordered is I you know I'm pretty sure I've ordered one particular thing a few times and had it packaged differently multiple times. Like different amount of packaging
Hmm.
or stuffing like bubble wrap things like that, or different. I don't know about different size boxes. The thing is, I think I've only seen like 3 sizes of Amazon box, aside from like the old versus the new. I know they changed sizes a few
Yeah,
times, but
because at a certain point you get to like the really heavy stuff where the company sends
yeah,
it in the box and they just send that to you. Like they're not wrapping it in a different box.
yeah,
Um, and that's when they warn you, like, hey, this says what it is on the outside. So if you don't want to get like robbed, maybe make sure you pick this up quickly.
yeah. The only problem is the one I'm half worried about is the delivery person, not the other people around me.
Hmm.
Especially when you've got delivery people who are super keen on the idea of the whole uh, just mark it delivered and just take it right back to their location. I've
Yeah.
seen that happen more than a few times. Or the marking a delivery attempt without actually attempting happens a
Hmm.
lot.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
who was it? There was somebody I saw in the last week or so. Oh, one of our writers at AP was complaining that uh, he was literally sitting by his door the entire morning, and he watched with in a span of like 10 minutes, the package was suddenly marked as attempted delivery, and they obviously didn't. And meanwhile, he's looking at it, and it's like, this is a pretty heavy duty, very large package. And we're all just kind of joking, like, dude, for real? He definitely did not put that package on the truck. He definitely did not give a crap about it. He wasn't going to try to deliver it. They don't care. They
Yeah.
want you to come pick it up. And they're going to
Yeah.
keep marking it this way until you come and pick it up. I don't actually know what happened, but he did eventually get the package.
Yeah. When I lived in my old house, I used to forward basically every review unit or something to a uh, FedEx pickup location, just because like so many of them they would mark as signature required, and I don't and like our doorbell wasn't working for like the longest time, and also I don't know, like, I go in and out of the house all the time, so I don't know if I'll be around when they show up. And they would always show up at the worst possible times. That's about how it would go. So I was like, you know what, buddy, you just send it to that Walgreens down the street, and I will go there at some point and go pick it up. Um, but yeah, no, there's so many reasons why stuff gets marked as delivered when it's not, especially when Amazon was getting right through the mud for their really shitty driver practices, where like they couldn't even really take like bathroom breaks because they were just constantly pushed to deliver as many things in X time as possible.
Yeah.
And, I so kind of part of the equation there is also like the drivers are like, I need to deliver X amount of packages, or Amazon needs to think I have if I want to keep my job. So I'm going to inconvenience everyone else. Um, so I'm sure that's part of it too. But
Oh yeah.
Austin said Amazon needs to be fined for their third-party Amazon shippers. The entire business is an Amazon scheme.
Oh, believe me, I legitimately do agree. Amazon needs to be dealt with in various ways.
Amazon needs to be fined for like 500 things they do monthly basis.
Pretty much.
I did see a couple articles pointing out like kind of a conspiracy theory, but I'm kind of leaning towards it, where they said that the main reason that Amazon killed all is starting to really crack down on companies doing paid reviews is because a lot of the times Amazon is selling the same exact stuff under Amazon Basics. So it's
Well, yeah.
I know that the main motivation is almost certainly the paid reviews thing, because that is obnoxious and has a lot of issues with like product ranking and stuff. But I'm sure that's also part of it too. That thought definitely went through Jeff's mind as he clicked the giant red button, of course, that banned Aukey from Amazon. It's like, now I will sell more USB Type-C cables. Click.
Yeah, I definitely feel I feel so much sketchy stuff happens with Amazon. I still have such a I I have so much hatred over the fact that you can't buy an SD card from there safely. Like, memory cards should be a fairly simple thing, and it is not even remotely realistic to get a memory card from there and expect
because it seems so simple. It seems so simple. You know, they get the little tiny piece of plastic, and they keep the tiny piece of plastic in a box, and then they mail it to you when you buy it. That's not how it happens.
Yeah, it's bad.
And I know I've said this multiple times here, but I hate Amazon's website so much. Like, searching anything on there, it's so frustrating. Because it's all sponsored placements. It's just like Google search. So anyway.
Okay, so really quick, Corbin, I know you're probably not watching the stream, so I'm just gonna hint now to switch over, and in a second I'm gonna show some pictures I took from this weekend.
Okay.
But while you're loading that up really quick, let's see. Beslidem said he has never and would never buy Amazon Basics branded products. First, I'm just gonna loosely question: is this a avoiding quality issues decision, or is this a decision about basically refusing to touch something they clearly stole from somebody else? Because 90% of Amazon Basics stuff is stolen or copied from someone else's work.
Yeah, or it's just, Amazon goes to the same white label manufacturer and says, okay, make this, but with my logo on it, please.
Yep. And actually, years and years ago, I bought a tripod, just a cheap, kind of trash tripod, just because. Okay, and I'm saying quality. To that point, I will say there are a rare few things Amazon Basics makes that are actually pretty quality, mostly because they're going to the same place that made a relatively quality item, having them make the same thing under Amazon Basics brand. So sometimes you can find quality stuff. It's not super common, but it does exist.
Like when I was buying stuff from Amazon on a regular basis, I did get Amazon Basics USB Type-C adapters. I got like 5 of those because they're expensive everywhere, and those work fine. Those haven't blown up on me. And then I also at some point got a shitty Amazon Basics tripod, and that still works as a tripod. So
yep, yeah, and
I haven't had a.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly the thing. Like I got a tripod. Technically, it wasn't Amazon Basics. It was I was choosing between Amazon Basics and this other one, and this other one had like 2 very tiny differences. And I looked at it and it's like, you know what? It's $6 more. Screw it, worth it. I want those tiny differences. So I ended up going with a different brand, but obviously it was all made by the same company. But yeah, that tripod, it's cheap. It's not what I would call quality product, but it also is more than good enough, and it's not breaking down or damaged in any way. So, you know, it fit the bill for being a low cost item. Uh, but honestly, like, I avoid Amazon Basics on the basis that, holy crap, I feel dirty buying Amazon Basics stuff. Like that.
Oh
That
well,
just
I mean, I feel dirty buying anything from Amazon
okay.
at
There
this
is that
point.
too.
It's just like, does Bezos really need more of my money? Probably not.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Anyway, really quick, the pictures I'm going to show. A buddy of mine. I mentioned this guy before. His property has this crazy huge pool. He's actually like designed it. He works in concrete, so he's designed it in this whole neat stylized way. Anyway, he is also a BMXer. And this weekend, as he has just sold his house with this pool and everything like that, he decided to do one final stupid stunt. And here's the stunt. He built a ramp on the parking lot behind his house, or behind that property. And he is jumping a BMX over the wall and into his pool. So, yeah,
But
this
the pool has spikes in it.
well, you're gonna see where those spikes are in a moment, but
Okay.
this is entirely real. I mean, he definitely did that jump. You can see it. Now, here's the perspective from down below. That's the drop. Those spikes are actually on a second story walk above the pool. And this isn't super well. I need to put this in Lightroom and actually clean it up so you can see. But you can see that is a stupid high drop. Oh, Corbin, your mic needs to be reset.
Oh.
So, the perfect time is I'm focused on this stuff while he reboots this thing. But yeah, this... we roughly estimated that his drop was 25 to 30 feet. He said that the top of his, or not the top of his wall, but somewhere up near the top of his wall was about 18. But at the height of his jump, we figured it's at least 25. But we're also pretty sure his estimate of the wall height was wrong. Anyway, yeah. So about 25 feet, maybe closer to 30. It's just like, it's insane.
Now,
And he did this-
did he let you come along because in the event that this killed him, there would at least be like some cool pictures for the funeral, or when the local when the local news station covers it, they don't just have to use like the picture from his Twitter profile. They can actually they can use better photos.
Yeah, something to that effect. Okay, that guy had the phone. No, there was one other photographer there. He probably would be in... Yeah, you can barely see him, but there's another guy there with a Canon, and you can actually see he's got a flash set up. So his shots came out looking a lot prettier than mine because he had the light on the right side and everything like that. But we wanted to cover as many bases as we could. Still, yeah. This guy's nuts. Straight up insane. Anyway, so I need to edit these photos and clean it up, but yeah, I was really happy with this one because like seriously, he didn't even intend to. He just looked straight down my camera's barrel in this shot. Like it was just so freaking flawless when he did that. So yeah. Anyway, need to share those with him and get it all done. Diablo, did we get a drone out there? So the topic of a drone came up a lot. There's a specific reason we did not. This house is very literally, you can throw a football from the front door and hit the runway of an airport.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
very
I don't. I
literally,
don't. Yeah.
you
So
can
they,
hit
they
the
would. They
runway.
would. They wouldn't have been happy with a drone.
Um, well, here's the thing: they would be if somebody would call in and just clear it. It is
Hmm.
a tiny little private airport. The tower would 100%
Oh,
clear it.
okay.
They have cleared stuff before.
Right.
Everyone there seems to acknowledge this. I'm the one person who's like, I'll do it. I'll make the call, I'll get it set up. And they're like, well, no, it's illegal. And it's like, no, like literally, we all are in agreement. You can get clearance. It's not a
Hmm.
problem. And yeah, people are just being obnoxious about it. It's like, screw it. I don't care. I don't need to make this work. You guys
Well, it
do
worked. It
whatever.
worked out in the end, so it's
Yeah,
fine.
we got good photos. He didn't kill himself or paralyze himself or anything like that, so
Yeah,
it
that is a
worked
good
out.
outcome. Yeah.
It is definitely the better outcome. Um, but yeah, so sadly we're not going to be doing any. Well, I was never going to do any stupid stuff like this, but sadly we're not going to have these stupid things happening anymore. Since the house is sold, though he still has access to it. It's a whole thing, but
So
yeah.
I'm excited to report we have breaking news
Ooh,
on the
ooh.
on the show. So I'll put this article in RambleCast. The title is it's from Bloomberg, and they say Netflix plans to offer video games. Ooh. So they said Netflix is marking its first big move beyond TV shows and films, and is planning an expansion into video games, and has hired a former Electronic Arts and Facebook Inc. executive to lead the effort. Mike Verdu will join Netflix as the vice president of game development. Verdu was previously working at Facebook's was oh Verdu was previously Facebook's vice president in charge of working with developers to bring games to Oculus headsets.
Okay, seriously, could they have chosen two
I
people
know.
from companies I trust less with games? Oh my god.
I mean,
Oh,
from so yeah, Electronic Arts. Well, see, the thing is, like, both of these people are probably really good at their jobs, but I hate that. Yeah, the companies are sketch. Um, like EA obviously knows how to make video games. Are they good? You know, and Oculus has got some nice games, but I refuse to touch that one of their headsets with a
yeah.
5 yard stick.
I
So
mean, legitimately, let me just say it. I'd almost like the only company I can think of that I trust less is Zynga.
that's a name I
Oh my
haven't heard
god.
in a while.
Yeah. Just imagine you turn on Netflix, you start playing a game. All right, now you're going to have to come back every 6 hours so that you can farm enough stuff so that you can play a little more of your game.
I'd love to see. Now, I guess the implication here is that this would be for streaming games, and it's not just like Netflix wants to open a video game studio. Um,
I would not make that assumption. Now, granted that would kind of make a lot of sense, but what if this isn't about streaming, it's just about a subscription model.
yeah,
This is something
I,
people already were hoping that well, not Netflix specifically, but people were already asking, like, let's please have subscription models for games.
yeah.
Microsoft is doing it
Well,
already.
yeah,
uh One could, but technically Microsoft and Sony were both already also doing it with Xbox Live and PS Plus. um though too,
or
not in the same form.
PS Now. That's
No,
the
PS
streaming one.
Plus. We're talking about their online
Oh,
subscription where you
okay,
also get
okay,
games each month. I mean,
yeah,
like I said, it's a technicality, but they were doing it.
yeah.
Um, and Microsoft is doing it again now with whatever it's called. Somebody will tell me.
I
I'm
think
sure.
it's just called Xbox Game Streaming now. Um,
Except it's not streaming. I'm not talking about the stream. I'm talking about the thing where you
oh, you're
just
talking about
subscribe and get
live,
access to a
yeah,
library of games.
Xbox Live Gold. That's because
Okay.
that's the subscription where you have to buy it to play anything online, and then, like, as a nice little bonus, because that part by itself is not appealing. They'll give you a couple games you can play for free every month.
Yeah, that's the old thing. I'm talking about the new thing.
I'm sorry. They have too many things. You're thinking of Xbox Game Pass.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes. So I'm saying Netflix might just be copying Game Pass.
Yeah.
Obviously, with a different library of games.
That would be God. That'd be so difficult. Like Microsoft can only pull it off because they've bought like half the video game industry. So I don't know if anyone else could really do that, but more options is fine, I guess. Netflix is pretty good at software, so I feel like whatever they do is they're gonna give it. It's gonna be technically impressive at the very least, hopefully. But if it is streaming, I want to see Apple get pissed at them over it, and I want to see that happen. Especially with how Netflix has already sort of been slightly aggravating Apple over the past year or two.
Yeah.
Where they were joining in the calls with that I think they got behind that initiative from the Hey email app to say like, hey, can you please like not have these stupid monetization rules? But yeah, imagine Netflix getting banned from the App Store over this. That'd be funny.
Honestly, in a weird way, I've wondered how long that would take, because I feel like it's always right around the corner. Netflix wants to try to do something pretty legitimate,
Yeah.
and every company's like, we kind of don't like you being as successful as you are. We kind of want to look for an excuse. It just always feels like it's right there on the edge of happening.
And at least with like phones, Netflix doesn't necessarily need a native app. Like it's you probably need one for downloading on iOS because Safari doesn't have all the fun offline caching stuff that Chrome does. But if they got taken off the App Store, it wouldn't be immediate game over. It would just be, oh, I need to watch my Netflix movies through Safari, and my Apple TV is now has one less app.
Yeah.
But yeah, interested to see what they want to try. And also, yeah, I don't know. There's really no details about this report so far, except just that Netflix is hiring people, which means they're probably a ways off from showing anything. Like a year or two, probably.
Yeah.
Unless there were people already here developing it.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I fully agree. I think the odds of this are low, but I would throw in the possibility that they could have had a team developing like the background technology to make all of this stuff work. Let's say they already knew what they wanted it to be, how they wanted it to work. And so they set a small team to just make that stuff happen. And now they're hiring the people to do like the rollout, the business plan, how
like these are the management people. Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So it is possible that this will be like a 6-month, then all of a sudden they're not just announcing, but like launching.
Yeah.
But I bet that's low odds. It's possible, just not likely. Let's see. Mentions, of course, of Gamefly. Gamefly. You silly thing. Let's see. Okay, quickly skimming down.
And it's also important to note that Netflix does already have video games. They bought the rights to a couple of Telltale games, and they implemented those. Obviously, that's completely different technology stack. But they do have video games currently. Just not many. And they're all the, point and click games.
Austin, they're going to mail you games on a CD that you rent for a week before you have to ship it back to them. Max 2 games at a time. Oh, God. Which, hey, I don't remember if Netflix ever actually did that, but I remember there was talk of doing that.
I don't know if Netflix ever let you rent games. I know Redbox
Yeah,
tried it for a
Redbox
long
does it
time, but
for
then
a
they
bit.
well they
Yeah.
stopped. They stopped. Yeah.
Well,
Um,
Redbox is Redbox still around?
yeah. Yeah. They just
Okay.
stopped doing video games. I guess no one was interested in that part.
I swear
But
maybe it was just local. I don't know. I remember reading somewhere, hearing somewhere that Redbox was like unloading all of their inventory because it just wasn't going to be around. But it's possible maybe that was just like a local Redbox or something.
that might have been like the video games because they were doing that where
No, no,
like I
no.
got
This is recent. This was like in the
oh
last like couple of months, or well, few
so
months. It wouldn't be couple anymore. Like
what does
it
Google
probably
News
would
have
have
to
been
say?
around maybe like a little after Christmas or something. Anyway,
Hmm.
and I think they unloaded their video game stuff. That was what, like a year and a half ago,
Yeah,
2 years
yeah, that
ago.
was a while ago. Because that's when I got Mario
Yeah, I
versus
remember you
Rabbids
were
on the
going
Switch.
from multiple red box or going to multiple red boxes
Yeah.
trying to find stuff. Um, yeah, and yeah, I Diablo. I see the jokes about Stadia's gonna give up after this. Man, Stadia. I honestly I do wonder what's gonna happen with Stadia because at this point they're either gonna have to bring in a lot more interest, which they're trying to do, or they're gonna have to really, really find some other way to use their technology. I'm just not. I'm not sure what the point's gonna be if they aren't doing one of these two things.
Yeah, or they'll just be like Blogger, where it's still around. You can use it if you want, but just everyone's forgotten about it. It's not getting anything new.
Oh God, good old blogger.
Good old. I used Blogger for the longest time, and then they just like they had it. It got to the point where uh, I was using it, and I had like uh, they didn't support HTTPS on custom domains at all. So I had to use Cloudflare's thing where it does the secure transfer for you over
Mm-hmm.
DNS. But then even with that, like they were doing things in the background and they weren't testing them properly. So like my site would still have like HTTPS warnings because like something the theme linked to at some point wasn't secure. Of course, they eventually added new themes that and added the HTTPS and everything, but those updates are infrequent.
Yeah. Beast item saying, doesn't matter how much better it is than the competition. It's way too expensive. Um, this is one of those things. It just depends. For me, Stadia is by far the cheapest option available. Not even a question. It is so much cheaper for me to go with Stadia than uh, to go buy a console or to stream with any of the competitors that exist.
Implying you could buy a console code.
I know. I know. Why are consoles still hard to get your hands on? That's weird.
It's that damn
Um,
silicon shortage.
I know, but at this
It, tur-
point,
it, tur-
like,
it turns out having one small island in Asia manufacture all of the world's electronics maybe wasn't a good idea.
there is that. Um, but yeah, like, when it comes to streaming services, Stadia is the best, and I don't see it as a situation where any of the others are really competitive in terms of quality, and I don't think they're really that different in terms of price, except for if you count uh, Game Pass. If you're factoring in Game Pass and you're going to play a lot of those games, then that's going to be a better deal than Stadia. But that's it. Like,
Yeah.
Luna sure as hell isn't any cheaper. That's not in any way a
It's
good
just
deal.
it's just the two models that appeal to different people. Like,
Yeah.
it's the people, it's the argument for streaming services where the catalog goes in and out and you have no idea if the movie you want to watch today will be available tomorrow, so you got to watch it today. or just you buy it once and it's there in perpetuity, like Google Play Movies and iTunes and all those other things. And I know I've bought stuff on both just because the constant frustration of is the thing that, like, I don't want to think about how many movies or shows I've watched on a streaming service. I've watched mostly because I knew they were going away soon.
So
like
you watched
I still
a
need,
bad thing just because.
yeah, or like I just watched something that like I had two things I wanted to watch and I chose the other one because like, oh, this is going away next week.
Yeah, I get that.
So that's also why I'm buying more stuff on Blu-ray now that I have my own TV and my own Blu-ray player, and the shows I like keep moving between different things and I can't keep up anymore.
I still remember, it's funny because I've never been a Netflix subscriber, but one of my very first actual times using Netflix, it was hanging out over at a friend's place. I was staying with them for a few days just as kind of like we're all going to get together and hang out and whatever. Anyway, so I'm up there and my friend had to go to work. So she's like, "Oh, hey, here I even set up a Netflix profile for you. Go ahead, watch whatever the hell you want if that's what you want to do." And I started watching The Tick. Good old Patrick Warburton's old version of The Tick,
Kronk,
which is awesome.
yes.
It's terrible, but it's awesome. Anyway, I got it's a short show. There were only I think 10 or 12 episodes, and they're half-hour episodes or 20 minutes. I got something like halfway through it, and between days, just by pure coincidence, that's when it left Netflix. I went back to watch it the next day, and it's gone, and it's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
How does this happen? It was the weirdest fluke, but ever since that was the moment, my very first time really using Netflix, and it's like, all right, I'm never going to subscribe to Netflix. I don't want this crap to happen to me.
That happened to me with it was with the Battlestar Galactica reboot, and I was watching it on Amazon, and I got all the way through the show, great show. I get to the last episode, and that's when it moved to something different. So I was like, oh, that sucks. But but the last episode of that show, I know what happens. It's not super entertaining to watch, so I didn't mind too much in that case. But yeah, because I'd already seen it. So
yeah,
but
and then
no,
I've seen some very long shows ending, and I've known so many people who tried doing I've always wanted to watch that. Now it's going to be gone in a month or something, and so they sit down and try to binge through a show. And all I can think is, you're nuts. In order to binge through this show, you'd have to watch, at a minimum, 3 or 4 episodes a day. Every day until it's over, if not maybe more than that. And almost all of them fail to get through it. And it's like, do you feel better? Do you feel good that you just got cut off from watching the show that
and on the
finally got to?
Yeah. And the other flip side of this is I think there have definitely been cases where I put off watching anything that is owned by the streaming service because I'm like, they'll be there forever. I can get to it whenever I want.
Which then you eventually forget to watch.
Yeah. I'm going to watch this other bad TV show that's only going to be here for 6 more days.
Yeah, no kidding.
Is this a strategy? I'm starting to maybe this is intentional. Not just besides shifting agreements, but is this a thing that bad TV shows do for artificial scarcity? It's creating an incentive to watch this show because it's leaving.
Oh yeah. I mean, that would actually kind of make some sense. But hey, that not watching the first party stuff, maybe that explains why Bright got so few views.
Yeah. Yeah, because everyone was busy. Everyone was busy watching The Office before it left. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
I'm gonna write that article now. It's like and it like shows about to leave Netflix and NFTs are the same thing. Written by Corbin Davenport.
God. Oh man, wouldn't it be great if NFTs just stopped being a thing entirely?
I mean, they're basically gone now. But yeah.
Okay, so I know I'm backtracking a little bit, but to Beast Item's point about lots of games being on Game Pass, I do agree with that. Like, that totally makes sense. My counter is if you're just super into a small number of games, it actually becomes a lot more cost efficient just to get those games on whatever service or platform you want them on. Like, I play a lot of Borderlands 3. Man, I paid for it once, technically twice, but that's a different story. And yeah, I've more than gotten my money out of that in terms, like, if to compare that against if it were on a subscription, forget it. Like, I have saved so much money.
Because there's always gonna be the piece of media that like you keep going back to.
Yep.
And at a certain point, it becomes more not just more cost effective to just buy it through some means, but also just like you get to the point where like if you lost your ability to access it, you'd be pissed.
Yeah.
Right. Like in like when I'm playing Planet Coaster, and I've only had like I have hundreds of hours in Planet Coaster, but I've only made a new part from scratch a couple times. So like if I'd lost that, I would be upset for like at least a day or two. So especially because like games, there's also like there's a time investment with all kinds of media, but also games like the progress is unique to you.
Yeah.
That's also a factor. Like if I lost my ability to if I lost access to a book I was reading, I'd be like, oh, okay. But I could go buy the same book somewhere and just start at that same exact point. And that's not how most games work.
Yeah, and it obviously depends a lot on the game. Like B-Sidem said, sim games get a lot of replay, and it does also depend on the person. Like, I've tried sim games. You're lucky if I make it through the sim game once, or I guess sim games typically usually don't have really an ending per se, but you're lucky if you keep my interest for more than a weekend on a sim game.
I love some sim games. There's a couple where I'm like you, where I'm like, okay, I did the thing, and now I'm done. I'm like that with Minecraft, where I always get about as like whenever someone makes a new server or something, I'll hop on and I'll play it up to the point where I have a really cool house, and then I just lose interest. That's it.
Yeah.
Right. Like defeating the Ender Dragon. Who cares, right? I'm here to build my house and my automatic farm, and that's it. I have nothing else to do in this game.
Austin. Oh, I just saw Austin hated Bright. Look, I'm not saying it's the best movie out there. Far from it. But I liked the universe they were trying to create. That's where I will stand on Bright. Is I love what they were trying to do. It was sort of cyberpunk-ish. Or sorry, not cyberpunk, but oh no, it is cyberpunk, but not the cyberpunk the game we talk about it, but think the old role-playing games. Anyway, and then B-Sidem and Austin both said they don't really well, B-Sidem doesn't replay games, Austin doesn't rewatch movies or reread books. I rewatch movies. I have reread a few books, but only very, very specific ones, like absolute, true, genuine favorites that made me really, really enjoy them. But I'm totally down to rewatch movies. I just give it time. I also rewatch a lot of TV shows, like when new seasons come out.
Yeah.
I'll rewatch like the Marvel movies when not every time a new one comes, but like once every 2 or 3 years, I'll rewatch Marvel movies as like a thing.
Yeah, like I think if I was gonna, if I could lay out like the number of new things I have watched compared to the number of old things that I keep going, I think the old things would be a much larger quantity. Because like I do get in that point where like I don't know how many times I've like instead of finding a new book to read, I'm just like, oh, I guess I'll just read Hitchhiker's Guide again. That was fun. I'll do that again.
I mean, it is one of the most rereadable things there is.
Yeah,
It's so good.
and like
Um,
I've rewatched like I don't know how many times I've I don't know how many times I've looked at like all the movies and shows on Hulu, and I'm like, I could try watching something else, or I could just rewatch, Star Trek again, because there's like 800 episodes in total across all those shows. Like it's like how when they're repainting the San Francisco Bridge, and by the time they finish repainting it at one site, they got to go back and start it again on the other. Like that's what like Star Trek is like. Like there's just so much of it. I've forgotten what the old first ones were like by the time I get to the end.
yeah, I get that. Um, really quick, if you like if you like um um Douglas Adams
Hmm.
and uh Hitchhiker's Guide. I know I've recommended this before. I just pasted a link into chat for this. Check out a book called Last Chance to See. It is
Okay.
it's one of the few nonfiction books that he has ever written.
Hmm.
It was Douglas Adams and Mark Carwadine. I guess is how you say his name. These guys went to go visit a bunch of endangered species, including some that are actually like down to like as many as you could count on your fingers, like that
Hmm.
many existing in the world. And the way Douglas Adams describes his like adventure and journey and seeing some of these things is spectacular. It is so it's his style, but it's actually like it's venturing into the real world. And it's just such a fun read. Um that, and I think there is an audiobook too that I think he narrated.
Hmm. Yeah, I do need to check out more of what he's written. I only do that with a couple of like any media where if I see some where if I watch if I watch a movie or a show or read a book, I'll like check out the extent of whatever that piece of work is, and then I'm like, okay, I did it. I'm done. Like I know a lot of people do that thing where like they'll watch one movie from a director they like, and then they go back and watch like everything else the director. I don't do that for whatever reason. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I typically don't care about like following someone's entire work history or anything like
Yeah.
that. But every once in a while, like it's usually a good indicator. It's a good kind of like here's a thing I can kind of look for or look through and pick
Hmm.
out. Oh, here's a thing that they also did that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
So sometimes it happens.
Yeah. I've done that for a couple people, but yeah. Like I did. I've read a lot of the stuff from Arthur C. Clarke, even though his writing gets tiring sometimes, just a little
Yeah.
bit.
And
Um,
again, that's why Douglas Adams is so good to me. I his writing, I don't think I can ever get tired of it.
yeah, yeah. Like the amount of books that have made me laugh from jokes is very small. Because usually it's like, oh, like I'm reading it, like I can see the punchline down here, but it's still funny. Um,
Let's
but yeah.
see. So it just got linked. Oh, technically this is old news, but it was just dropped in general by Carson. Pixel 6 and 6 XL were mentioned in the official forums. So, uh,
Oh, I did see uh, XDA reported the other day that the Google had some kind of form for developers to fill out, and they put in 6XL in the form.
Nice.
I forget what the let me see what the context for that was, but yeah, I was like, okay, good job, guys. Like sometimes I wonder if people inside of Google, like I I've almost been this way with embargoed stuff a couple times, but somehow I've never fucked up with it yet. Where like you know about something for so long, you kind of forget that like the rest of the world doesn't know about this thing. So like,
Okay,
like
so minor correction. I said forum, and it should be form. But
okay,
yeah,
so we're talking about the
an
same
Android
thing.
developer
Yeah,
form.
yeah, yeah. So they sent out a form about game mode, and one of the questions was devices for which these back buffer resize settings should be applied. Example: Pixel 6, Pixel 6 XL, etc. And then they changed it pretty quickly after someone pointed it out, but still funny. So was there a debate on whether it would be called the XL or the Pro? I was not aware of this.
Oh, I know it's kind of gone back and forth. Honestly, I have no idea, but my suspicion is that they're going to. You know, actually, I really don't know. I could see Google going either way with this. It's such a marketing decision. It's down to whatever they feel is going to sell better. It doesn't matter whether or not it's going to better represent the phone in terms of like, hey, this one has an extra camera, so we're going to call it the Pro instead of the XL because it's not just about size. But you know, I think more people recognize XL. But I think if you say Pro, that carries with it more like upmarket. That it makes the phone look better. But
this has been a little
kill sales of the 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they're debating this.
This has been a problem with Pixels and some other phones where Google has done this many times. I'm sure other companies have too, but I can't think of any examples off the top of my head where Google would market a Pixel as the Pixel and then the XL. And when I read that without context, I'm like, okay, so these are the same thing, just one is larger than the other. And that has almost never been true. Right? There's always one little thing that the other one doesn't do, like with the what was it, the Pixel 2 where one of them had like the bad screen and the other one had the good screen. And they would have, and then in other years they would have like slightly different camera setups or something. So I guess I guess I would, if because of that, I would be in favor of Google going with different marketing. But I hate the Pro branding and everything because that's always silly. Like, okay, only professionals can buy this phone. I see.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. I feel like at this stage, saying Pro, I don't think anyone really associates Pro as actual Pro anymore. They just attribute it as, okay, that's the higher end one.
Yeah. No, the ship has sailed definitely, but it's still annoying to me personally.
Yeah, Apple really killed that one already. MacBook Pros that really were, it was debatable if they were for pros, and they certainly were being bought by people who were not pro anything. So yeah.
So I want to point this out again. I say this almost every time, but I love it so much. I'm going to say it again. Where I accidentally closed the live chat tab for this, and I was able to open it up, and I got all the messages back.
It
and
really
I don't have
is
to
the
wonder.
best thing.
It is. Come on, Twitch.
I mean, at this point, would we know if Twitch fixed this?
I would.
Neither would I. I haven't watched anything on Twitch in... I think it's probably been about 3 months since the last time I watched something on Twitch. And even then, I didn't stick to it for more than maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I guess I would have noticed if it happened, but still.
Yeah. With the exception of, like, like YouTube premieres where it's like or like company live streams where it's like pre-produced or already produced and then they're just showing it live. I don't watch live streams really ever. Like I'll watch it if it's like background noise, like if I have another thing next to me and I'm doing something else. But like even then, like I'll put on some show or something also for background noise.
You know, if I'm already watching like old YouTube videos because I'm still trying to catch up on my
Yeah.
subscription list, which is I got it. Like one of these days, I'm just gonna have to declare failure on this and give up.
Declare YouTube bankruptcy.
Yes, that bankruptcy. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, just declare bankruptcy on it, give up, and start current. But that or what I keep thinking to do.
I do that with the world news category in my RSS, like at least once a month.
Oh, you have to with that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's
because it's like if someone important died, I've heard about it by now. It's fine.
pretty much. To me, immediate news. Either you watch it when it happens, or you just kind of you just assume you'll kind of catch the details later. But no, in my I'm kind of thinking what I need to do is just pick the channels that I absolutely will insist on binging. Which pretty much is binging with Babish. Name coincidence is wonderful. And I like maybe 3 or 4 others, and then I'll just like channel by channel I'll skim and say, okay, is there like a couple of videos in here by title I can tell I need to see? Yes, yes, no, mostly no's. All right, cool. Watch just those couple, and yeah, I bet I could get caught up in like. Right now I'm 6 months behind. I bet I could be caught up in a week if I just declare bankruptcy and scramble most of it.
Yeah, that is 100% how I use RSS. Is like it all collects and then I'll try to read it, but usually something else comes up and I'm too busy. And then I see the thing that says like 2,000 unread articles. I'm like, oh, okay, we got to do some triage here. And then so I mark the world news as read again. Like if the United States government collapsed, I think I would have heard about it by now. And then like the tech news category of just I've got like Virgin and gadgets there. Like again, if like something really important happened, like I'll skim it through, but I'm probably okay. And then there's like the stuff that like I have a category just for software news, so like the blogs of like all the apps I like. And like a lot of these, like I know I'm not going to hear anywhere else. Just like no one besides me cared that like, Fedora Linux got a minor update or something. But yeah, like those, like that world news and that tech category, like those can just bookmark as read if I get too busy. But yeah.
Oh, Diablo. He said Artem saw the Netflix news and said RIP Stadia. I'm sorry, but when we don't have details of what Netflix is doing, don't make the proclamation. If you don't know what you're saying, don't make the proclamation.
But
just say,
Cody, I only make opinions about news when it breaks. I have no.
Fair enough.
I'm a bad take machine, Cody. I can't help it. I've got an article going up tomorrow on XD about how Tron Legacy is the finest movie of our generation.
Except I would actually believe that you would write that.
I totally would. And then like the editors would just, what I would do is I would write it and then I would set it to pending without telling anyone I was writing it. And then just some poor editor at like 5 a.m. sees in the queue. He's like, what the shit is this?
Did somebody authorize this?
Yeah. No. Don't worry. It's fine. Just check it for typos and hit schedule. It's fine.
Honestly, it would be really funny. Plus, what if... Okay, this is probably not a conversation we should have here. It should probably go into a different Discord room. But what if that did views?
I know.
Just imagine. It would be so funny. Like, they would be stuck between yelling at you and also saying, good job, dude.
I mean, that's like totally how like Google Feed works, where you can get amazing views for something that's just completely unrelated to what the website is usually about, or Google search for that matter. Like this does happen all the time.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's always the weird stuff that gets the views. Like, you know what? You know what? One of my best, I've been doing mostly writing deal posts at XDA, and one of there's been like one thing that's been on sale like 2 or 3 times since I started, and the first time I was like, all right, I guess I'll write about this because like there's not much else, and it's like an okay sale. I don't know how many people care about this thing though, and it gets more views than most of the other posts. And then I do it again like 2 months later when it goes on sale again. Same thing happens. You know what that is? It's just a normal Logitech mouse.
Yeah.
Like it's just like this. Like again, like there's so many examples of things I can point to where like I wrote about it thinking like no one cares about this, and then like that ends up doing much better than the things that I put effort into or thought were more important. It always ends up like that. So I don't know. Maybe maybe an editorial about Tron Legacy on XDA would do well. Who knows?
Okay, let's see. Can I get...
And I have to pop off in like 5 minutes because I got to go pick up the pizza I ordered.
Man, that was a long delay on that pizza.
Well, I just ordered it like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You sneaky bastard. Yeah, I'm not gonna say how and why in details, but partially because I don't really know all the details, but it is really funny when you see some of the stuff that does weirdly well. In particular, AP just 2 weeks ago? Yeah, not even 2 weeks ago. Close. Rita posted an article about a USB-C desk lamp. This did weirdly well. Like
I saw her mention that on I saw her shared that on Twitter. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting, I guess. But okay.
Yeah, it's one of.
I mean, remember when the like one of the top posts at AP of all time was the calculator app getting a new download, getting like 100 million downloads or something stupid.
Yes, I remember that all too well. Well, I was really happy about.
People have opinions about calculators. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Well, so those particular like download milestone posts, I've kind of railed against those internally because a lot of it is just, hey everyone, guess what? Such and such hit X number of downloads. Like, come on, this shouldn't be a post. You've added nothing except telling people that it hit a download number. But there was one that I specifically insist on taking because I was genuinely angry at those posts. So I decided to write one that was like, here's how you do it. Here's how you do a post that is like genuinely good. And it was still quick. It was short, but I did one for Google Maps. When it hit 1 billion downloads, I did this one, and
I thought you were about to say when the article hit 1 billion views.
Oh God, if only. But I pulled together old screenshots from different versions of Google Maps. I did a little quick thing about the history. I mean, it's still a short-ish article. I think it ended up being like maybe 450 words, something like that.
So you did the old-timey newspaper writing thing where the only important bit is like one sentence, and then you add all the history below that, and then you end up with an article. Yeah.
But yeah, I at least wanted to do something more than just say, yeah, by the way, guys, there's an app and it got a lot of downloads, and then just pure fluff after that has no relevance, because that's what so many of them end up being, and I wanted to at least have more to it. Also, what is really sus though, I know why it's not. Okay, I was gonna say I can see the total number of views on this article, and it's like I know it was way higher than this. And then I look back and it's like, oh, it was written in 2014. Our stats don't go back that
Oh,
far.
okay.
It's like, wait, there's no way it got this few views. Like, I know that it got way more than this.
Cody's being censored.
I mean, it's happened.
Let Cody write the movie reviews on as AP articles.
Legit, I've thought about pushing for that. Let's see. Carson,
Just publish it. Don't tell anyone. We can time it so your review of a new movie goes up at my John Legacy article.
oh, that'd be so. We should also get someone at How to Geek to do that.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
I guess would just be
yeah.
a joke.
So just for one moment at time, it's like when an embargo drops and like 50 websites wrap the same, but it's just about like movies we like.
Yes.
It's just movie hour at the blog sphere.
Oh, that'd be so much fun.
That would be.
Half of us would probably get fired over it, but I mean, we really wouldn't. They just yell at us, and we'd go like, "Yeah, sorry, we'll never do it again."
I accidentally wrote this 2,000 word article and accidentally hit publish. I'm sorry.
No, I
And then
I was supposed
accident-
to go to another site.
yeah, and then accidentally put that on Twitter.
Yeah. Let's see. Carson hates those posts, and sometimes AP won't tell you what the app is or how many downloads in the title. I didn't even realize that. I hate how titles are right now. It is easily one of the worst things about modern, we'll call it news. Titles suck. They're so bad. They're dishonest. They misrepresent everything.
Yeah.
Go on.
Just we need to figure out a replacement for titles. I think. Just
Yeah.
maybe have like an image as the title, or
That gotta
make
work.
some kind of ASCII art representing what the topic is about.
I know it's a weird angle, but what I'd kind of love to see is replace titles with well, I'm gonna say hashtags, but I don't really mean hashtags. I mean like just keywords. Replace titles with keywords, and then instead of putting in a title, put in like a whole paragraph. So you would just get the keywords. You can skim through them really fast, see if it's something you're interested in, and then you have a paragraph that you can read to get the context. Put this all into one of those bullshit services that claims that they're like the new way of doing news. Use one of those bullshit services, replace their existing thing, which is basically just picking news for you, and build it all on a low-cost subscription fee. And then if you care about more details, then you just click through on that paragraph and you can keep reading the rest of an article. Like, that would be a much better reading experience. I don't think it would be any more profitable, but at least it would improve things so people would care about the news.
It's good times.
Yeah.
My piece is gonna be done in like a minute, and I'm like 10 minutes away from the place, so I should go now. So
Austin suggested that I do an interpretive dance GIF for an article. I kind of dig that.
yeah.
I'm not good at interpretive dance, but it could be fun. Anyway,
Well,
dude,
there's got to be someone on like Fiverr that can do it. You just farm that part out.
I mean, why pay for it? Turn it into a TikTok challenge.
Yeah,
Someone will do it.
Just, has anyone like tried? Like, I'm imagining like all those movies where someone's being held hostage and they like try to signal to someone that they're being held hostage by doing something like innocent. Has anyone tried like communicating through TikTok dances yet? Like, has anyone tried to sneak in like some sign language that maybe is like not an American sign language, but like a version that fewer people know?
American Sign Language. Oh wow, I'm leaving that one alone. Uh, go research sign language, Corbin. Trust
Okay.
me. Um, but yeah. Anyway,
Diablo said, "Taking the TikTok way." Oh, that'd be good.
uh,
Uh,
that would be funny. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, I'm now imagining an interpretive dance that's basically my parents are holding me captive.
yeah,
They're making me dance for money. Please send help.
yeah. Here's my address.
I'm at the TikTok house in LA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have to be more specific than that for the
No
police
kidding.
report.
I mean, come on, you'd have to be more specific than that, even down to like which house on that block.
Yeah.
They're so
Which
freaking
which
many of those
which
now.
house that all the neighbors hate are you at?
Go to this address. We're on the house to the left, not to the right.
Yeah.
Just listen for the trap music. No, no,
If you
not that
get to
trap music, the other
if
trap music.
if you get to Jake Paul's house, you've gone too far. You got to go back. Okay, I'm
Oh,
going now.
jeez.
Bye.
Yeah, go get your pie.
Okay, bye.
All right. Cool. Switch over there. Get on at least the window capture screen. Okay, I'm going to take a quick 30 seconds to run and grab another bottle of water. So if anyone has topics, start throwing those into chat. And right about the time you have heard this message and respond, I will be back. Be right back. All right. David, did I get a new chair? No. No, I wish. That'd be awesome. Oh yeah, Android 12 Beta 3, which Diablo, I think you already confirmed the details on that. Oh, Twitter fleets, yes. Or not to comment on that. Um yeah, so we'll come back to Twitter fleets. I briefly have thoughts on that. Not a whole lot. Not really a lot. There's not a lot of space to have thoughts on that. However, Android Beta 3, Diablo earlier said that it looks like scrolling screenshots is probably going to be the big thing out of that one. So let's see. Material U, I'm quickly running through AP's articles, though I should probably be looking somewhere else. Okay, let's see. Google's adding a document scanner to the Chrome OS camera app. Yikes. Okay, wants to teach you all those newfangled widgets. Okay, I'll open that and see if there's anything interesting. And scrolling screenshots, because we gotta look into that. Okay, so switching over, and okay, this is dark news. Oops. When we've got a subtitle that says they're gonna need a lot of work between now and stable, like, that is not a good sign. This is something that they've been working on for so many years. How scrolling screenshots is not rock solid by now is shocking. Okay, just making sure I was caught up on comments. Yeah, seriously, like, how is it not rock solid at this point? Let's see. Do a bit of a zoom. Oh, weird. Just notice there's actually a lot more delay than normal on the screen capture. I wonder if that's because I'm using an incognito window. Anyway, let's see. Currently taking a screenshot in beta 3 on a scrollable page activates a capture more icon. The app drawer is a perfect example, allowing you to select as much or as little of the page as you want. Once you've captured your screenshot, all you have to do is hit save. Alternatively, you can head back to the markup tool to continue editing. So far, so good. Unfortunately, once you enter an app, the odds of it working are mixed. Twitter and Google Messages handle it no problem, but if you try to take a scrolling screenshot in Chrome, the option to continue capturing doesn't appear. The same goes for Samsung Internet and Firefox. No browser I tested supported the option for longer screenshots. That makes sense, actually. From a let's see, Twitter and Google Messages. All right, actually, maybe it's a little odd for Twitter, possibly, but it makes sense in Messages why that would work and where browsers might not be as reliable. Thankfully, this should be fixed in time for Android 12's stable update later this year. In Google's blog post today, for today's release, it notes the feature only works on view-based UIs at the moment, with improvements including web support planned for beta 4 and beyond. Okay, that was pretty much my theory. Is it was linked to the specific controls that they're using, and so it would make sense that it works on UIs that are based on to say view-based UIs is kind of wrong, but I assume that was Google's terminology, and they're saying it the easy way. But most browsers are basically drawing directly to a canvas. Technically, it's still a view, but it is handled differently. So I can see why that wouldn't be the same. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Austin, it's worked fine for you. Diablo, wonder if they rebooted before trying stuff over again. It works in YouTube chat. Yeah, all of this stuff should be pretty normal. The place where it's not gonna work, or may not work, is where basically where drawing is done entirely manually by the app. And web browsers, that's one of the most likely places for it. Obviously, it's going to be the same with games, where any game has to do, or, well, obviously not all games, but where most games are going to be drawing to a canvas. They're basically using hardware acceleration to draw directly to a canvas. They're calling their own APIs to do this stuff. The scrolling that they do, they're handling more directly. Now, in all likelihood, they're all still doing it in a way that probably is manageable. But I can't help but look at this and think, yeah, I can see why it would break. That kind of makes sense. Also, I saw something funny. I'm not going to talk about it, but I saw something funny. Okay. So what else do we have? Android 12 wants to teach you about those newfangled widgets. You probably haven't heard of them. Oh, okay. This is pointless. We don't care about this. Settings menu has reached its goth phase. Okay. I don't think that needed to be written. That was basically, wow, they changed some colors. And we've got Material U accents, which, of course, this is the thing everyone complained. Why the hell wasn't it already there? Oh my god, how dare they launch... why announce Material... Which even I agree on this. Why announce Material U on the same day that they release, or very close to the same day they release a beta, and then the beta doesn't have any of the Material U stuff in it? That was weird. It really, really was weird. Um, let's see. Austin's screenshot looks good. I mean, was that taken in the app, or was it taken? Like, did you open a web browser to the chat? Because if it's taken in the app, it should be entirely view based. If it was taken in a web browser, that's interesting. I guess that makes it surprising that it works. Anyway, let's see. Android 12 Beta 3 has a bunch of new Material U integrations for the platform's dynamic theming system, and nestled among them, which we're still digging through, is a tweak of the Pixel launcher. It seems pretty buggy and inconsistent in our testing, and it has some UI implications that could make Google reconsider it. But individual items in the Pixel launcher's long press menus can now inherit multiple separate colors according to your wallpaper and what's directly behind the individual buttons. Okay, that's a reasonable choice. It's interesting, not quite something I would have wanted to do, but I get it. Looks like it's maybe spatially a little confused, but okay. That's kind of a neat thing. Austin, it was from the YouTube app. Yeah, the YouTube app, it totally makes sense. That should be view based. It really should just be web browsers, games, and maybe an oddball couple of other apps. Which, okay, YouTube can be pretty oddball, but yeah, my thinking is the scrolling screenshots. It really should only be browsers that are going to give it much trouble. I wonder about web views. That might be the one exception. Maybe web views inside of apps might also have trouble. That could be a little bit more variable. Let's see. What else? Okay, so probably not much else to say on Android 12. I mean, it's a beta 3. At this point, we're not really going to get a lot more. They're tweaking stuff. Obviously, they're bringing a few things really late, which I am a little surprised by, but Diablo, you say more Android 12 articles pouring in AP? How do you mean? Because I opened, like, our most recent post was the, oh, here's, okay. Android 12 Beta 3, Google Camera Update adds Material U acts. Okay, more Material U stuff. We can pull that up just to see what it looks like. And then it's the Netflix thing right after that. Oh, yeah, it's always going to be just a bunch of apps. Hey, we've got Material U stuff. AP loves to split stuff out like this. All right, so what are the buttons based on? Is it still just linked to your launcher background? It looks like it. And if it is just on your launcher's background, I feel like that is just not necessary. Changes immediately visible, but not particularly far-reaching. Tinting the zoom. Wait, okay. Double checking this. In case you're somehow unfamiliar, Material U is the name given to a handful of changes in Android 12 that allow the system to choose a set of accent colors from the background and allow apps and system components to inherit them for maximum snaz. Technically, name given to a handful of changes. Handful of changes, that's wrong, but okay. It is one thing. Anyway, submenus pick up the same colors, toggles, inheriting saturated versions of the accent color. Font in the settings menu has also been tweaked slightly to match other recently updated apps. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, so it is whatever. This, I get it. Like, this is mildly relevant, but I don't know. I guess when I look at this, my question is why? Does it matter? How many people are looking at the camera app and going, "Oh my god, I needed..." Well, no one's going to say I needed this, but how many people look at the camera app and their reaction is, "I really am appreciative of having colors that match my background color." That to me does not strike as a, "Wow, we needed this change." That's just me. I'm not trying to be harsh about it. It's just, it doesn't strike me as the thing that really changes anyone's experience using this. Cool. I think I fixed the light just a little bit more. Slightly. Wait, did I? I may have actually made it worse. Oh, no, it was better there. Okay. One of these days, I will light this green screen correctly so that it will not give fuzz. Anyway. Awesome. Yeah, it's just the accent color. I'm not sure how I feel about the themed icon. I think it needs to pull a different color for the icon background. It feels so plain as it is. Yeah, let's pull up. I mean, you gave some good examples of this already. Let's see if... I'm assuming there's probably going to be a few more in here too. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Did we not do a post about the change to the launcher? We did not. Unless it's this one. We don't. How did they miss this? Okay, well, in that case, back over to general. Let's pull up these screenshots. For anyone that didn't see these in general somehow, let's... God damn it. Okay, come on. There we go. Okay, for anyone who didn't somehow see these, and thanks to Austin for posting them, they changed the look of groups. So now the way it used to be is the app icons used to sit inside, and the edges of the group would just kind of clip over the app icon a little bit. And let's see. I could screenshot this, but that I'm lazy. I kind of don't feel like doing that at the moment. Well, oh wait. Let's see. I guess I could do it from here. Okay. One second while I screenshot this. Also switching over to the right folder so I don't have to go looking too far to find it. Yep, okay. Hope I'm not doxing myself in some weird way in doing this. All right, so here we go. We have, this is what it looks like in beta 2 and earlier. You've got app icons that, yes, they're kind of crowded out or crowded in by the border, but you've got a nice distinct visible border, and the icons are partially cropped. It's not necessarily the prettiest, but it works. And then, oops. And then, wait, there it is. And then with this, you have this thing where the app icons are fully visible, and they're like butted up right against the border of their group. I don't like this. I get it. I understand why they would do it, but I feel like if you're going to do this, I would have rather, instead of having round looks so bad like this. Let's see. Can you let's try home settings. What are the shapes we can do? Oops, no, not that. Wrong button. Where is it at? Wait, can you not change the shape of the... Does it have to be a circle? I thought you could change it on this. Or is that only a developer setting? I thought they had added it as one of the other things you could do. Because I feel like a rounded rectangle would look a lot better for this. Even if it still kind of sucks, a rounded rectangle is going to look more more appropriate with this sort of shape. Huh, I'm not seeing it. But yeah, the dinner plate just looks so bad. All right, quickly skimming comments. Let's see, Austin. I think the point is eventually everything Google will have this color scheme, and you won't notice it, but you'll notice when apps aren't using it. Yeah, I guess I get that. Which makes me wonder what sort of design, like end of story design, what does it look like? Somebody, in order for them to start down a road, they would have had to have some designer sit down and plan out, here's what we want it to look like in a year. And whatever they came up with, like, show it to us. Let us know what it looks like today so that we know what we're headed towards, instead of just giving us piecemeal, partial notions of what it's supposed to be eventually. Smartphone OSs are getting boring, and I wish Apple and Google would just accept that. Yep. Well, I think the boredom comes from the fact that they're trying to homogenize it a lot, and I'm not opposed to that, not entirely. But I feel like at this stage, we're getting back into that place where it makes more sense to let people start customizing their phones again. And it doesn't need to customize down to the app level too much, but it does need to customize experiences. You should have more control over your launcher, and I don't get that Google wants that to happen. That's not a good experience for the average user. Let's see. They don't have to reinvent anything, and they should stop trying to sell us on unnecessary changes. You know, that's never going to happen. Just be like, hey, we changed the colors. Not, we made material design personal to you. It will change your life because it looks so good. Yeah. You think they removed it in beta 3? Jeez. I don't get it. They don't need to do this. Like, they should be giving people options. It would be better if they gave people options. Let people decide, do they want it like this, or do they want it like this? I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't think that this is good either. If I actually had my choice, and I know it might sound weird, but I want the groups to be rounded rectangles, kind of iOS style icons, and I want the individual app icons to let's say be circles. It would look more natural. I would actually kind of like that distinction where a group is one shape that's similar but not completely different. Um, yeah, I think that would be better. That's it. At least for me, I'd have to see it, but I think it would be a nicer look. Um, oh, it should come back. The Material U screenshots had customizable icon shapes. Okay. Well, let's. For what it's worth, oops, wrong phone. Look at me picking up the wrong phone to do an update. Well, let's find out. I'm just gonna do a quick update here as soon as I find where it's at. System update. There we go. Check for update. Preparing system update. How big is this going to be? That's what she said. Honestly, I'm still not sold on Material U. It does sound like kind of a dumb novelty in its current form. I'm not opposed to it entirely. I think there's something good to come of this, but I don't feel like we're there yet. And it really makes a lot of sense if they just told people, hey, if you don't dig this, you can pick some colors and we'll just use those. Like that would be a good touch. Jeez, why is it taking so long to quote unquote prepare a system update? Austin, you like how Cody organizes folders by verbs and not nouns. Okay, so that is definitely one of my things. I had a lot of fun with this once. I forget how it started. Update size, geez, half a gig. They're not using a Delta update for this, or if that is a Delta update, it is a huge one. I mean, it is a Delta update, but it's either that or maybe it's one of the partition, like just raw partition or raw system partition. I don't know. Anyway, it's large. Here's to hoping this doesn't bork the stream, but we'll download it. I think the download should go quickly, and since I'm not really downloading other stuff, it should not hurt the stream. Okay, anyway, let's see. So yeah, I started doing the verb thing as kind of a joke. I think I originally had it as, well, I'll just look at this screen. If I remember, I think I originally had it as something like listen and maybe, well, okay, we come up here. I had listen, I had fly. I think I had all my messaging apps just bundled up as shoot or something like that. Or sorry, not shoot, but chat or talk or something like that. Once I realized that I had done that, and it's like I've got a mix of nouns and verbs, I started looking at it again, and it's like, you know what could I have some fun with this? And right before doing a screenshot for an article, I realized, you know what, I need to do something with this is kind of neat. So yeah, I changed. I'm pretty sure Go wasn't already there, but it might have been. Then I changed camera to shoot, and I think I was looking for apps to make a fifth group, and that's how Spend came into existence. It was something like that. I know I didn't have it all that way when I first started grouping stuff on my home screen, but at a certain point, it's like, no, I like this. This is something I'm going to do. And I think I named those groups down below too. Let's see. That phone doesn't even have it. It might just be this one. Let's see. Okay, never put a name on. Nope. Okay, I haven't named either of those groups. So, I guess it would probably be call and chat for the bottom two, because the left one is all about calling or reaching out to people more directly, and then the second one over is all my messaging apps. So, call and chat would be those. Let's see. Austin, yeah, I wonder if we'll see Google port less ML and camera features to Snapdragon devices. I'm gonna say yes. I don't feel like it needs to be wondered about. I'm just gonna say yes, they're definitely going to. I don't think it's gonna be necessarily a malicious thing, but I think it will be a partially disinterest thing. They're going to look at the value of backporting a lot of those features, and they're just not going to see it. I do think they're also going to, in many instances, chalk stuff up to basically saying, look, we don't think it'll be supported, or it would be too hard to support this, or the features aren't there to make it functional. And in the process of doing that, like, it might not entirely be true, but it'll be true enough. And that, I think, is going to be the difference. It's going to be true enough that you're going to be looking at, or they're going to be looking at a lot of this stuff and saying, well, in order for us to take the code that we've written for the new devices, all this code that we've written, if we took it over there directly, it's not going to run. We would have to spend an extra week or 2 weeks adding some feature or some code or something like that. And it's going to run 10% less efficiently, and it's going to do this and it's going to do that. I bet anything they're going to look at a lot of that stuff and say, you know what? Just not worth it. We're not going to do it. It would impair the experience on those old devices. It would eat up too much battery. It'll do this. It'll do that. Like, they will justify it in one way or another. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but I'm sure it will make a difference. There will be features that they announce and it's like, hey, coming to the Pixel 6 thing. And then, like, a few months later, well, sorry, let me rephrase. Coming to the Pixel 6, here's a list of 5 features that you're going to love. And then, like, a few months later, they're going to bring some of those features to all the other devices, and it's going to be like 3 of them, 2 or 3 of them. And people are going to say, well, what about the others? And Google will just never answer, or not never, but they won't answer it first. And then after enough people kind of harp on it, at that point, Google's probably going to come, or some spokesperson's going to come back and say, well, you know, they use features that are really only available in the old hardware, or sorry, in the new hardware. We couldn't cleanly port them. So sorry, they're just, at this time, we don't have any plans to bring those over, or something like that. And then if people get mad enough, they'll bring them over, but by then no one will care. It'll be a little too late. Let's see, I can close that window. I just remembered that. Oh. Hey, I just noticed a little organizational whoops. Oh no, never mind. That is correct. Neat. Okay. I can delete that old project, I think. Let's see. Yeah, and once the Pixel 5 support ends, they will be happy. Yeah. I think Google's going to be happy when Pixel 5 support ends, just because. I don't think it even has anything to do with supporting old devices per se. Not in the sense of, like, features that they would have to rewrite or write extra stuff to support. I think they're just going to be happy when Pixel 5 support ends, because I bet that device sold like garbage. And there's got to be people in Google who are sitting there looking at the numbers and just going, man, when we support the Pixel 4, at least we're hitting X number of people. When we support the Pixel 5, Like, even today, we're just getting fewer people. I could be wrong, but I bet the Pixel 5 sold like absolute garbage. But that's just my hunch. Sorry, this isn't important, but I keep looking over at my camera and noticing the smallest little piece is not in place, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm just grabbing the hot shoe cover and putting it in my camera so I don't keep staring at it. Done. The 4A did way better, but they won't want to support much longer. Yeah, I'm sure the 4A killed in terms of numbers, almost without question. Yeah, so anyway, let's see. Yeah, so Twitter Fleets. They're announcing already that Twitter Fleets is dying. Let's see, it's been less than a year, right? Let's see. November 17th. Wow, that's worse than I thought. I mean, I honestly had thought Fleet started like maybe August, September territory. I didn't realize it was November. Wow. So, I guess that's 9 months. 9 months is a good duration to run a test and realize, hey, this is failing. We're not going to do it. I saw someone else with this take, and I completely agree with it. At least they're making the decision quickly and killing it now. That's good. Twitter is doing a thing that, I mean, Google gets crap for, but I tend to agree with. If you realize something is just failing, kill it. Go ahead, remove it. Now, to some extent, I'm not sure how much it really hurts Twitter to keep fleets around. Maybe the counter argument here is, who cares? Just let it stay, and if people start using it, maybe they'll start using it. But counter to that, I'm all in favor for, if you see this thing and it's just not worth supporting, kill it. Let it go. No one was using fleets, or at least not very much. Honestly, I don't remember seeing a single account after the first week try posting a fleet. And I'm not sure that I would have noticed, because I don't look at Twitter closely enough. Outside of course, my recent little my recent tweet that happened to get a lot of attention. Random curiosity. I wonder how many more likes and retweets that just got. Oh, hey, no, nothing new in the last day or so. But yeah, I'm not a good Twitter user. They would really prefer that I am a very active person who hops on all the time, and I'm very much not, which also possibly contributes to the fact that I still cannot actually apply to get verified. Corbin, me, and a few other people have been talking about this quite a bit. They have been able to apply a couple of times now. I still don't have the option to apply, which is getting a little weird. Twitter is actually still rolling this out, which, sure, that's fine, but they're reaching the point of, like, it's been, I think, 2 months since they re-enabled applications, and yep, I still can't apply. It seems weird. You'd think that they would have done it by now. Let's see. Anyway, really quick, just because retweeted about Corbin's podcast. Okay. And just because it is also trending on Twitter, I don't really know why, but I'm quickly looking at it. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham says he will go to war for the principles Chick-fil-A stands for after over 100 students and faculty at Notre Dame University signed an open letter against bringing the chain onto campus. What? I don't I just I can't. I can't. All right. Anyway, let's see. Austin, look at all the people on the Google Pixel subreddit that are still buying the Pixel 5. I'm sure, well, it is the current flagship, like highest end Pixel that is technically current generation. I don't know why they would not wait. Like, it makes sense to wait, but if if you need to buy something that's current, like, that's the one to get. Assuming a few things. But yeah, it makes sense. There would be people doing it. Let's see. At least they were honest. Can't say that about most companies that shutter projects. Yeah, here to this day, there's still a lot of debate about what Google was doing with, like, Google Reader. A lot of people think Google Reader was killed because it hurt Google Plus. Some people think Google Reader was killed because it was too expensive to maintain. Some people think it was killed because no one wanted to work on the project. Some people think it was killed because of what Google said, which is there just weren't actually as many people using it as anyone thought. And that may be true. Nobody really knows, because honestly, Google's numbers don't really seem right. But at the same time, maybe they were dead on. Maybe people were overestimating the usage of Google Reader. When it comes to Twitter removing fleets, I mean, to be fair, we don't really know what the usage numbers are, but I think it's safe to say it probably just wasn't very many. It was one of those features you really had to go out of your way to look into it or use it, or rather to examine it. It didn't make a lot of sense in context. If I remember, didn't it like limit who could reply or how they could reply, something like that? It just didn't make sense. It wasn't going to be a good feature. And Twitter was right to remove it. 100%. And yeah, cheers to them just being straightforward and saying, hey, we're killing this because we don't care. So yeah, that's good. The the counter, I am also going to just call it out. People are constantly begging on Google for killing projects. I would point to Allo. Look at Allo. Allo was dying on the vine. It was a utter failure, a borderline a disgrace. And half the people out there were yelling, Google, just kill this thing. It doesn't need to be there. Nobody wants this. And another half of the people were like, as soon as you kill it, we're going to make fun of you. We're never going to let you live it down that you killed another thing. Like, I can kind of see why Google, even for just PR purpose, might have said, hey, we can't kill this thing quickly. We need to keep it around. Twitter is doing this, and I'm sure some people are going to mock them for it, but by and large, I think a lot of people are just going to congratulate Twitter for killing the thing that wasn't working. Even if they'll mock them for trying it in the first place, they're gonna say, yeah, this was the right thing to do. When Google does the same thing, nope, that's evil. Or that's stupid. How dare Google kill a thing too quickly? it is a weird level of unfairness that we're just always seeing. Let's see. Diablo with another. Oops. Okay, copy or you can share links directly from the recents menu in Android 12 Beta 3. Oh, I see. For a second I was going to say, wait, the share menu? This has always been a thing. But no. Okay, so... Okay, so basically you just hit... This must just be for browsers, I'm assuming. So yeah, when you go to a recents menu, you can it'll just have like this hovering link. If you tap the link, it gives you options on what to do with it. That's kind of neat. It's reminiscent to that weird text selection feature that they have, where when you're in the recents menu, you can long press on text and start selecting it. This is kind of cool. In a way, like I don't know that a lot of people will use it, but that is a neat idea. Yeah, I like it. It'd be interesting if this will work with other apps. Let's see. Overall, it's an excellent way to get quick access to URLs, even if it's not all that much faster than copying or sharing directly from your browser. It's not limited to Chrome either. The icon appeared on top of Microsoft Edge, though it didn't detect Samsung's internet beta. Even if it's a little redundant, it's a neat addition to the recents page. Who knows, maybe the quick share option will slowly come to other platforms like social networks or messaging apps over time. I actually have a theory on this, and it's a dumb, like, unimportant theory, but Microsoft Edge is usually pretty close to being caught up with Chrome's or with Chromium. I know they're a little behind, but I bet it was added to Chromium's Android code to support this stuff, and Microsoft may not have even realized it, or may not have done it intentionally, but I bet by being reasonably updated, they just took advantage of this automatically. Whereas Samsung Internet has notoriously been kind of behind. Not always. Sometimes, like, when they do their updates, they catch up pretty far. But they don't update as consistently. So they probably just missed whatever update happened to include this. Though it's possible that Samsung just actually didn't want this feature and wrote it out or tweaked it so it wouldn't work somehow. So I bet every browser that is Chromium based, that is reasonably up to date, probably supports this. Could be wrong, I'm just guessing, but that would make a lot of sense. Let's see. Most people using Fleets I've seen just copy their Instagram story. Yeah, I wondered about that. Like, how many people are... If you're really invested in using this kind of thing, how often are you going to be building different content for different networks? And yeah, I kind of figure anyone who's really active is probably hitting both Instagram and Twitter simultaneously with a lot of stuff. Curvy just got back from getting a steak and cheese sub. The entire trip, because you walked, was just over an hour. Hey, it's a good walk. Depending on how fast or slow you went, that could determine the distance. But yeah, hey, it's always that's a way to work off the steak and cheese sub. When I can, I try to walk. When I can, I try to walk everywhere. But given where I live, that's not an option. Every city I've ever lived in, walking is not really a thing. Like, sometimes where I've worked, totally can walk wherever you want to go. But Yeah, I've never lived in a city where walking from where I'm living to something else made sense. Um, Even when I lived in Vegas, the two, well, three places that I lived in Vegas for a fair duration of time, all three of them, like the nearest things were grocery stores, and even those would have been really long round trips. Just I was always located weirdly like a few too many blocks to make it a worthwhile option. So I'd always have to hop in the car to head to anything. And plus Vegas, you don't you don't walk during the day, and you don't necessarily walk during the night. It's not like I lived in anything dangerous, but well, there were a few months that I lived in an apartment. The apartment itself was fine, but there was about a 2 block stretch between the apartment and the nearest grocery store that probably wouldn't have been the smartest place to walk. Um, Diablo, exactly. If I walk outside, it's like taking a walk with Satan indeed. Yep, exactly. That's Vegas. Man, during when I lived in Vegas, I know I mentioned this before. At during the day, at least during summers and most of spring and fall, you you go outside during the day, sure, but you don't want to spend any time out there, and you definitely don't want to go jogging or anything like that. So I would wait until nighttime, and like deep into nighttime, like 1 2 a.m. territory, and that's when I would go jogging. So yeah, middle of the night, that's when I would head outside and earbuds in the ear, go jogging for an hour or so, come back, still be sweating like crazy because it's still even at night during the summer, you're still talking about like 80 something degrees, maybe sometimes still in the 90s. Like I wouldn't go jogging in that, but yeah, it it was hot. Like you open the door in the middle of the night and you still have just hot air blowing in at you. Like that sucks. Totally did that. Don't miss it. That part I don't miss. I do miss other things about Vegas. Um and hey, here I am now in Oregon, and it's not that different. It should be different. I want it to be different. I want it so bad to be different than that. Oregon, please get back to normal summer temperatures. Let's see. It's actually right now. What is the It's 80 according to Google. It's 86 degrees outside. That's that's actually I think the lowest we've had in a few days. Oh no. Well, actually we're dropping. Not by a lot, but we are dropping. Tomorrow's supposed to be 82, then 81, then back up to 84. But hey, it's teasing its way slightly downward. Maybe I can actually squeeze in game streams this weekend. Um, Diablo, imagine the Weather Channel just uses fire emoji for numbers. Uh, I mean, in Oregon right now, because Oregon is covered in wildfires, we kind of could. Um, let's see. Yeah. Okay, just for reference, this is a shot from space. This is what Oregon looks like right now. I mean, this is this is Oregon right now, or a day ago. Um, Bad times, really bad times. David Lama, do I miss Vegas? There's a lot I miss about Vegas. I miss having like things open 24 hours, more than just like a few grocery stores. I miss having access to events. Granted, COVID kind of screwed things up, and being in Vegas during COVID would have been a bit of a disaster. Um, but yeah, there's a lot about Vegas I just miss. Just having more people close by that are more active and more interested in things. That's not really how it is in my area. We're just gonna we're just actually gonna close that tab. We don't need it anymore. Um, I miss the commodities. Yeah, basically. I mean, I I still have friends in Vegas. Like, I would still be down to hang out with some of the people I know down there. Um, I miss places to go that were more enjoyable and entertaining. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff I miss, but to be fair, there are individual things that I also don't miss, like aspects of the weather. Um, I don't miss Vegas's monsoon season. For those that don't know, that Vegas absolutely has a monsoon season. It's about 3 weeks in, I think it was August to September, where all of a sudden it just goes from like one day you have stupid high heat, and then the next day it starts raining. And from that point, for about the next 2 to 3 weeks, it is just a lot of rain, really weird, unpredictable weather, lots of wind. It goes wonky. And then all of a sudden, usually that ends. You kind of get a little bit of hot weather again, and then it kind of turns into what what you could call a Vegas winter. Um, but yeah, it's a thing. Um, let's see. Kirby's got the oh, those are fries in the second picture? Yep, that's in the fooding channel. And me in the background with my barely functional green screen going on. One of these days I gotta light this thing. Anyway. Um but yeah, the thing is, I just generally miss living in a city. Like, there are great things about living in the country. There are also things that suck about living in the country. Um, there is really no perfect answer to it, but living in the city is really nice. Hey, do we have? Okay, my Pixel 4 XL is in the process of optimizing apps, so it's still not updated yet. And it looks like it's... Okay, yeah, that progress bar is moving slowly, but it is moving. Potato wedges, okay. And yeah, you're living in between city and rural. Yeah, the place that I had in Vegas the longest, it wasn't rural, but it kind of felt like it was in a weird way. You'd have to have seen it at the time. Like, if you went there now, it's completely built up. All the surrounding area now has a bunch of like houses built. But where I was living, it was still technically within the city of Las Vegas. It was a little bit out in on kind of like an edge of the city. And dead serious, I could leave my house, jog like 2 blocks over, not even 2 blocks, or maybe it was, I don't remember. Anyway, and there was a honest to God horse stable. I know that place isn't there anymore. It wasn't like a big horse stable, but they had horses. It was a few horses. I think they were just keeping them there. I don't think it was like a big huge piece of property. But yeah, just random horse stable, just a couple blocks away. It was odd, to say the least. Um, so yeah, and then all I had to go with, or all I had to do was go a slightly different direction, still south, but southeast a little bit instead of southwest, and that got me to the grocery store. Go a little bit to the northeast, and that's where the office I worked in for a while was. Um, and there was absolutely no good reason whatsoever to go to the northwest from where I was. Not a short distance. Like way to the northwest, there was a great restaurant up there, but that was about it. Anyway, what else do we have on technology? I feel like I'm rambling about a city for for whatever reason. Um, oh, by the way, okay. In between waiting on or looking for new topics, really quick, I am going to mention, and this time I will actually do something about this. I swear. Uh, so a while back, at multiple points in history, I have signed up as an Amazon affiliate link thing. Um, and I haven't been super pushy about it for reasons like I'm never gonna push this, but uh, for anyone who's ever done this before, there's this thing that where your application, it basically expires if you don't get three three sales in the span of, I think it's 6 months or maybe it's 3 months. I don't actually remember. I think it's got to be six. Anyway, I've managed to hit like two sales at a time on my links, mostly because I don't push them that hard. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to post a few referral links, not in general or anything like that. I'll create a separate channel or something. Um, but I'm going to post them somewhere, and then if anyone is inclined to use it, just click through the link, and this will kind of be like, if you shop with Amazon, this will be kind of a way of supporting the channel easily. Just click through the link and then go buy whatever it is you actually want to buy, and this will get me actually finally set up with this Amazon account, and it would support the channel in a way that doesn't involve sending any money. Um, so can you request specific links to products? You absolutely can. Technically, um, I would have to do that manually at first. However, it wouldn't take very much effort. Well, it'll take very little effort, actually. I just need to go write some code. I will literally make it so all you have to do is ping maybe a bot in a channel and with an Amazon link, and it'll just add my code. Technically, you don't even need that. If you wanted, you could literally just change the URL and put my referral code in there, and that would work too. I just think it's easier if you've got a clickable link and you can just like paste the link in, the bot spits it back out. Like, it's not a hard thing to do, but I think it's an easier experience if a bot does it. Um uh Austin, you say you're sure it's against the terms of service, but screw Amazon. I don't think it is. Because at least to my knowledge, it isn't. I've looked over their terms of service in the past, and if there's something in there, I don't remember it. I definitely have looked for this kind of stuff in the past. I didn't look for it in the context of like in a chat server per se, but um to my recollection, all they're really concerned with is that you are not lying about your links, that you don't spam your links to people on like forums or chat servers or anything where it's not welcome. Um, they're unsurprisingly, they're kind of specific that you should not use your own links. You should not use your own referral links to try to scam the system. Which, yeah, that makes sense. Um, and there were a couple of other things, but it was all basically like, don't don't do anything abusive. Don't try to manipulate people. Don't spam sites, things like that. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's okay. I may I may take a look and make sure, but I think it's acceptable. Um and yeah, anyway, so that way it'll be easy. I just want to make it simple in case anyone, if you're doing some Amazon shopping and you think about it, if it's not an inconvenience, like, again, I'm not gonna nag anyone to do this, but I figured I'd explain. I'm gonna put it out there so that if anyone wants to use it, they're welcome to. Um, and this time I will actually get the Amazon affiliate links working, which, God, or not working, but I will actually complete their like 3 sale requirement. That is at least the minimum goal. I've been so bad about this. Anyway, um, let's see what else is there. Uh, all right, peeking back down to the RambleCast. Oh, David Lama hit me up already with the first one. Um, let's see. Da, da. Okay, pull that up in the view. All right, come on, load. Holy crap, David, are you serious? You're actually, like, you need this? That is a seriously large item to pick up. Um. Okay. Anyway, there's whoops, probably could have cut that link down a little bit, but anyway, yeah, there's the link. Um. But yeah, and it's not like these referral codes are big secrets. I mean, you can very clearly look right in the URL and see plain as day, like, let's see, where is it at? Yeah, the tag equals line. Like, there's a referral code right there. It's not hidden, it's not secret. I could give you the shortened link too, but as soon as you click through a shortened link and load it up on the Amazon page, like, you can look in the URL bar and find the same thing there. It's not hard to spot the referral codes. But they are there. So, anyway, if anyone wants to use, you're welcome to. Um let's see, what else was there? Did we have anything else in the Android 12 beta 3 stuff? Before I forget. Nope, nothing new. Not in the last 20 minutes or so. Uh, what else is there? Oh, C Saldana. I know you were looking forward to some Last of Us Part 2 replay action. Is that something you're down for this weekend? I may as well just ask because I know you're here. Or I think you're still here. I'm going to assume you're still here. You'll speak up if you are. Um, if you are still here, let me know. Uh, I don't necessarily know that it'll be cool enough this weekend to do it, but if it is, I will try. And if you're not going to be around, I'll wait. Like, I'll save it till I think you're going to be here. Um, let's see, what else is there? I'm drawing a blank on what other things there are. Um, let's see. Diablo. Afraid to ask what's being lubed. And Austin. It's for Slip and Slide, obviously. I love it. I love it. Um, Oh, suddenly all I'm picturing, I know that this is random, but all I can picture is I would love to see somebody buy like a drum that size that's not like industrial oil, but cooking oil. I don't know why. Suddenly I'm just picturing that would be one of the funnier things to see. It actually makes a lot of sense. I'm sure restaurants would need that. But still, it would be weird. Individual solo people buying that would be hilarious. Um but yeah, anyway. So what else is there? Uh da, da, da. Okay, should I check out, let's see, out of curiosity, just to see if anything else popped up. Was there anything else out of Mishal's timeline? Um, ooh, subtle jab at AP. For anyone who hasn't seen this, I mean, it's more than fair. But yeah, yeah, subtle jabs at AP, and 9 to 5. Biden talked about voting restriction laws. Um, I could check that out. It, in full honesty, I gotta be honest. I suspect that it's going to be a little redundant. I don't think there's going to be a lot of new comments on that. Let's see. Where's, do we have anything that would be, I'm looking for something that's a decent, like, quick hit roundup of it. But yeah, the thing is, the Voting Rights Act is going to, it's weird how much it's going to turn into a big fight over kind of, it's something that should be automatic. Every reasonable, sane person should be in favor of it. But at the same time, it is playing so much on politics. It's a fight that has almost nothing to do with, like, actually protecting elections or protecting the people voting. It is entirely about making sure which side has an advantage, and also being able to, like, lock in kind of the your moralistic wins, which is a shame in a way, because what we're getting is not really a discussion about how to make sure people actually can vote. We're getting a discussion of really who everyone wants to be voting. Because as much as everyone says that this is about race, and to some extent it is, I mean, but it's about race in so much as when you buy a piece of clothing, you buy it just for the buttons. Race is definitely a factor there, just like the buttons on the clothing are a factor. Like, you're not going to buy that clothing if it doesn't have the buttons there, which is kind of a weird way that the metaphor falls apart. But I don't think this, I really don't think race is the key factor here. It's just something that when one side wants to call out what's wrong with it, it's easy to delineate that race is the factor. I firmly believe that the difference here is that somebody sat down with a computer program that took as much statistical data as they could, and they looked up Who's voting for the other side? Oh, here's a group of people. Okay, well, what are common traits in these people? All right, well, now that we've kind of picked out some common traits, let's ask the computer again. If we took away this particular trait, how much does it hurt them? How much does it hurt us? At the end of the day, the statistics came out, and this very fine line has been drawn where they said, okay, if we take away this handful of things, it gives a big advantage to one side. And so they took away that handful of things. In the process, they also picked a bunch of other stuff that will affect a few people, but it's not going to affect enough people to fight over. And I know that sounds unfair, because obviously every person should have every right to vote. They should be enabled to vote. But they're not, in the grand scheme, whether or not they vote probably is not going to matter. Like, it's not going to change who wins an election, probably. At least in very few instances would it. And because of that, the thing is, it's like I was discussing last night. It's that thing about throwing a grenade at the other side. You're trying to catch a bunch of people in a war of attrition and make the other side work 10 times harder to get a few votes out of it, and it doesn't really help them. It's hurting them in the long run, fighting for those few votes, when in reality they could have fought different battles and come out better for it. And this is what's kind of pissing me off so much about all of the politics right now. Is it's so much about how can we hurt the other side. It's not about sitting down and just saying, hey, a whole bunch of people are in bad shape. Let's get them out of bad shape. For example, right now, if you were to come to the city nearest me, there's a whole lot of talk right now about homeless people basically chilling out, literally camping in public parks, camping at boat ramps, or having like their vehicles parked in the way. Some of them are literally camping by the side of the road. All kinds of stuff like this. And police will sort of shoo some of them away, but generally speaking, they're kind of being ignored because there isn't a place for them to go, which is arguably true or not true depending on how far you are willing to send them. But there really isn't a good option. There aren't a lot of good solutions here, and it's creating a lot of problems for regular people. I say regular people, but I mean like the residents, the people who just happen to live in that area or use that park or that location. The thing is, it's not like it's down to race. If you go knock on the doors or the tents of any of these people who are sleeping out there right now, you're going to get a mix of everything. There's going to be families. There's going to be lone people. There are going to be white, black, Asian. I'm sure if you started delineating down, you're going to find some of them are Norwegian. You're going to find some of them are, Southerners. You're going to find some of them are from, they're immigrants from some country, or they're like fourth generation immigrants. You know what I mean. Their parents are like second or third, fourth generation of belonging to immigrants. I'm saying that poorly, but you know what I mean. There's so much where you can just say clearly it is not one group of people. It's a lot of different groups of people. And they're homeless for a reason. Hey Carson, welcome back. Let's see. Yeah, beta 3 does. I was looking at that a second ago. It's like I could probably change this screen. Anyway, I was starting to look for more topics and kind of got sidetracked. Um, Curvy, nothing better than a cold shower on a hot, humid, and muggy day. Yeah, true enough. Very true. Um, but it's not like, yes, there are racial factors involved, but that's not what it is. There are a bunch of people who lost their jobs. There are a bunch of people who got screwed over by unfair or sometimes formerly illegal banking practices that were then made legal. Um, there were people who lost jobs not through any cause of their own. The companies they worked for went under, and finding a new job maybe wasn't very viable, especially if possibly they lived in rural cities, or not rural cities, but like rural areas where sometimes a job goes away and there literally just isn't one to replace it. Um, there's so much going on that when it comes to a topic like voting, so much rhetoric gets attached to it. Some of it is fair, some of it's not. But at the end of the day, what each side is really fighting over has so little to do with even that rhetoric. What they're fighting over is just who's gonna have an advantage in the next election. And it sucks because that's not what this should be. People should be putting down the BS for at least periods of time so that they can stop and do something instead of pandering to a base or fighting over something that is a couple years away. Austin, the number of homeless veterans is too damn high. No kidding. That's a no-brainer, and it's ridiculous because you can't get people to agree on it. Or even worse, and I mean, it's impossible not to kind of name check a group on this one. But I'm sorry, I can think of, I saw this very conversation just like 2 weeks ago on Nextdoor. I didn't call the person out, though, believe me, I wanted to. In the span of a week. Oh no, I guess it was less than that. It was right before 4th of July. I saw one particular person, one very specific person, just absolutely talk brutally about a homeless guy that has been living in the park. One of our parks. This guy apparently is, he definitely has some mental illness issues. He's not in the best shape. And he is a veteran. And apparently the guy, now don't get me wrong, this isn't something that anyone's really going to defend because it's not the best thing to do, but apparently the guy decided he was going to whip it out, and I believe he peed on the side of a tree or in a bush, or maybe filled a bottle. I don't know exactly, or I don't recall. But yeah, he did this in public. It was technically in view of kids, though I think he had his back turned to them or something. Anyway, there you go. It's not the best situation. The guy apparently does get kind of, he not physically aggressive, but I guess he's like verbally aggressive to people if they say something or do something he doesn't like. And if he asks them for money and they don't give him money, like, I guess he'll be kind of a dick to him. But yeah, veteran. Same person who absolutely unloaded and talked about how this guy should be thrown in prison or like removed by any means necessary. Literally that is what this person suggested. By any means necessary. A few days later, posted on 4th of July, or like right before 4th of July, a comment about how dare they ban fireworks when all we want to do is celebrate our armed forces and our veterans. I mean, come on. It is like pinnacle hypocrisy here. You can't make up the level of hypocrisy that comes out. This is a person who just, they'll use any excuse necessary to say, I want to set off my fireworks and I want my park. I don't care about anything else. Screw all the rest of you, but I'm going to find excuses to make sure I can argue all these things belong to me. That's exactly what it was. It's blatant, simple, straightforward hypocrisy. So, yeah, you can't claim to be on the good side under these circumstances. Let's see. Diablo Android 12 TV Beta 3 added mic and camera privacy control. That makes sense ish. Kind of. I don't know. I'm It makes sense because some people, I have heard of it. I don't know how much it's happening, but I have heard of people connecting webcams to Android TV units so that they can do like duo calls. But yeah, that does seem, I don't know. I mean, there's no harm in having it. Let's say it that way. They may as well have it because if this suddenly becomes a popular thing, you don't want to then be Google saying, you know what, we forgot to add that, or we didn't bother adding it because no one was doing it yet. Nah, they might as well have it, even if it's not a common popular thing yet. David, but the homeless need to, I know this isn't according to some, but the homeless need to just pull up their bootstraps and stop being lazy, according to some. And yeah, I see so many people saying that. And honestly, I'm very confused by that, or I'm not confused by that notion. I understand where it comes from. It's basically people saying they don't want to pay for anybody else. But this comes largely because there is a small 1, 2, 3% of these people who really are just totally okay with the idea of taking handouts. Those always exist. There's a small group. Carson, don't I live in a semi-rural area of Oregon? Yes, I do. But I'm talking about the city that's like 25 miles away. That's where all this issue is. I live in like a kind of, you could call it a neighborhood that's, I'm not exactly sure how many miles away it is, but yeah, there's a small, there are a bunch of little batches of houses, like side roads, stuff like that. It's all of this area is populated, but it's like super spread out. But the nearest city does have problem, like actually a really bad homeless problem. For the size and population of the nearest city, their homeless problem has exploded wildly outside of control. And a big part of it, some people say that it's because a bunch of other cities bust their homeless to us. That does happen. It doesn't happen as much as some people want to say it does because that's their excuse. There's a crap load of people just within our area that they're now homeless. They lost their homes due to, again, banking practices that were illegal. Some COVID. Some of them decided to give up their homes for whatever reasons. Some of them, even though they were working jobs, literally just could not pay anymore because prices and various other costs went too high. So, I mean, it's all over the place. It's a real problem. Let's see. Austin, maybe they should go to a paid private park next time. It's funny you bring that up because we temporarily had paid private parks. They weren't like paid to enter, they were paid to park. But Yeah, we totally had those, and no one was going to them. It was actually kind of weird. We didn't have homeless hanging out in the parks where you had to pay to park. No, I never heard an explanation for that. I do know partially what it's about, though. It's because none of them were close. All of the places where you had to pay to park were outside the city. So they weren't close to grocery stores. They weren't close to convenience stores. They weren't close to anything where you could go get food. So, it makes sense why people are circling up in places like that. Um, Android 12 Beta 3 added a 4K UI. Was that not possible before? I don't understand that actually. What does that mean? Um let's see. Okay, quickly skimming. It's not mentioned on XDA's changelog. Okay, for as much as Mishal is gonna kind of brag about putting all of the changes on his Twitter account, I don't think he understands how terrible it is to try to browse Twitter to look at changes. Like it is not a good format, largely because of threads. Like threads are not the best format at all. Um where is it at? Okay. Oh wait. Is that Android TV that got the 4K UI? If that's the case, that makes sense. Um Diablo need adult profiles. Yes. Um Yeah, no, I was looking at the right thing. I'm just saying it. Twitter is not good because sometimes it hides it, or not hides posts, but it buries stuff in awkward places, and people. I'm just saying, Twitter is not the best place for posting a crap load of uh, changes like this. It's annoying to browse, is the point. Um, and it doesn't always expand them properly. Anyway, um, but yeah, okay. If it's a 4K UI for Android TV, that totally makes sense. I didn't realize that it wasn't already that way, but I hadn't looked super closely. The only 4K. Oh wait, no, I guess that's not true. I use it on the Shield. Okay, so yeah, except that would have been Shield's interface. I don't know if Shield already did 4K on its UI. And it's so tough to tell. But yeah, anyway, hold for just a moment. I will be right back. I just heard the cat howl, so I'm going to go let her out, and I'll be right back. Okay. Um. All right. So also before I forget, and since I know he's back, Carson, question for you: were you planning on being around this weekend? I don't know for sure whether or not I will be doing game streams. I'd like to be, but if you are, I can start on Last of Us Part 2 replay, or if not, I'll save it for the future. Um, just figured I'd ask. May as well. Um, no promises, but if you aren't gonna, you will be. Okay. Yeah. So if I can game stream, I'll try to make it. I'll try to make that the plan, which also means I should probably update my PlayStation. It has not had power to it in, let's see, probably 9 months. No, that can't be right. Well, yeah, probably about 9 months. So yeah, it'd be a good time to. Yeah, hopefully it's not too hot. Mid to low 80s is the expectation, which may be still questionable for an afternoon situation, but yeah, checking for game patches, definitely. If nothing else, I'm really hoping that whatever weirdness happened the with that with the game like tripping out and crashing those couple of times, hopefully that's fixed. That would be good. Okay, let's see. Just checking links. Beta 3 for Android TV today, and the changelog suggests Android 12 will be a major update for the TV OS. Native 4K UI rendering and dynamic refresh rate switching are two of the most highly requested features. Dynamic refresh rate switching? How is... I'm pretty sure that was already a thing. Was it just something that worked right in the Shield and it didn't work in other stuff? Or was it doing a hard switch? Maybe it was doing a hard switch, I just never noticed it. Oh god. Okay, Austin, I see the other link. We'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, yeah, since I forgot to switch over views. Okay. But yeah, I'm... Okay, what does he have to say about the refresh rate switch? Okay, so... With dynamic refresh rate switching, Android TV now supports seamless and non-seamless refresh rate switching. Apps can integrate these settings for playback of content at optimal frame rates and can check whether a TV supports seamless frame rate switching. Shield TV has had its own version of this feature for a while now, but it's nice to finally see it added at a platform level for all Android TV devices to use. Okay, so that's why I never noticed it, because Shield. Okay, so that clears that up. I was thinking, I can't be crazy here. I've never seen it do a hard switch from my Shield. That's why. Okay. The UI being in 1080, honestly, I know people care about this, but I don't get why. I guess I would understand it if you're sitting really close to the screen, but I don't feel like text is rendering that badly at 1080p and being upscaled. But okay. I admit I am less picky about this than other people. I can see a difference, I know I can, but I don't think it's that bad. And outside of font rendering, I don't think it usually matters. This is actually something that's been tested on YouTube by a lot of people. all these people, ads in 4K, nice. But so many YouTubers I watch who are, I don't have a better way to say it than this. They are like camera YouTubers. These are people who are so ridiculously concerned with this. They focus hardcore on the quality of video. In particular, well, I can name a bunch of them: Matty Hapoya, Peter McKinnon, Gerald Undone, Philip Bloom, I think, has talked about this a little bit, and a bunch of others. Not all of them, but a lot of them have done, well, all of them in some capacity have done this, but different ones have done different things. Some of them are doing tests like they're shooting stuff in different quality levels, then editing it all together and uploading a single video and with different scenes, and asking like, which of these scenes do you think was recorded with a 4K or 8K camera? Which of these were shot in like 1080p? Which of these were shot in 720p? Can you tell the difference even if you're watching in 4K? And honestly, like, you can't. Maybe you can tell with 720 scaled all the way up to 4K. Like, that one's kind of believable, but most people cannot spot a difference between something that was shot in 1080 and something shot in 4K. And then you could obviously go through all the different things, and until you get below 720, it's usually still really good looking. It may not, there may be visible differences sometimes, but as long as you were at 720 and above, usually it still looks pretty good. So, you know, and that's just talking about kind of what's going in. Then you talk about on YouTube, it's a lot of these channels have done like testing where they're actually encoding video at different bit rates, different resolutions, different even frame rates sometimes, so that they can see what YouTube recompresses with, so they can kind of test where the lines are that you should be targeting, because you may or may not get weird compression stuff. All of these guys do this stuff all the time, and what they keep coming out to is, honestly, most people are pretty happy with 1080p. Like, 1080p is that line where, yes, it would be nice to go beyond it, but so often it just doesn't make a very appreciable difference. And believe me, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have 4K UIs. Like, cheers, definitely do a 4K UI. There's nothing wrong with that. But I am kind of saying the way people react to this sometimes I think is overblown. Imagine the YouTube TV app does the same thing like mobile and play for 40p or 144p. It's hard to say that when suddenly you drop to three numbers. Yeah. I have, for what it's worth, I have absolutely seen the TV decide to change its settings down to super low res. I don't know why. Obviously, it's just like a glitch when it just, at that particular moment, the ISP decided not to serve at very good speeds, and it guesstimated the wrong rate. It definitely happens. It just doesn't happen that often. It usually happens a lot more when I'm casting. Not so much if I'm using the YouTube app, like directly, but if I'm casting, things start getting iffy. But yeah, anyway, let's see. Other new features were added too, such as an updated tunnel mode, which Google says will make things even easier for app developers to support consistent and efficient playback across devices by reducing media processing overhead in the Android framework. Okay, so the much shorter and equally accurate definition: bug fixes and performance optimizations. Fewer words meant the same thing. There are also improvements to how Android TV devices detect TVs they're plugged into, new microphone and camera indicators, which are also a part of the new privacy features for phones, and toggles to block the usage of microphone and camera globally. Lastly, is also extending device attestation support on Android TV to support attestation of basic device properties. Okay, so these are actually kind of basic things. Diablo, I didn't hear multi-adult profiles. No, you didn't. Curvy Mermaid, 1080p for life. I wouldn't go that far. I'm super down for the idea that one of these days we need 4K everything, if not 8K most things. But we're not there yet. Like, sure, we're there that we can do that, and it's not a big cost, but we don't need it. Now, there's going to be a certain point where we can genuinely say, screw it. It costs us so little to go to 4K, like it's insignificant, let's just do it. I'm down for that. Definitely. But at a certain point, like if you're throwing a chip into something and it doesn't quite have enough horsepower for 4K, you don't need 4K for it. It really doesn't hurt anyone. I guarantee my 4K TV that does not have a strong enough chip to handle 4K on-screen displays, I don't want a 4K interface on that. It's just going to slow it down even more. It's going to make it awful. Honestly, it might actually have a 4K interface, which would explain why it performs so shitty. But I don't want 4K on that. I want it to be 1080p so it performs better than it does. Diablo, I'm still salty. I would think that could be in top of the interns list. I'll tell you right now, I do agree, not on the intern part, but I completely agree. It needs to be a top priority. It honestly, this is one of those things. To me, I'm about to get harsh on this, mother. To me, the fact that Android TV did not launch with multiple profile support. I'm not talking multiple Android account support. I'm talking multiple profile support. Those profiles can and probably should be attached to one or more Google accounts. Yes, absolutely. Multiple account was also necessary. But you needed multiple profile. From day one, period, no discussion, no argument. This is as embarrassing of them to have launched without that as it was for the iPhone to not have copy and paste when it launched. And for it to have taken this long is like a multiplier on how embarrassing it is. Just like it was embarrassing that the iPhone didn't have copy and paste for more than a year. Like, it could have added it sooner. They didn't. Actually, wait, is that right? Or did it only take a year? It doesn't matter. It should have happened sooner. So, for real, this is one of the single, inexcusably most massive flaws in Android TV. It is inexcusable. They should have had it. If I had gotten to review an Android TV device as my starting, or if someone else did not snag the review for Android TV, that would have been the first thing. I ranted and raved about that so hard in the AP chat rooms because it infuriated me that they did not have that. Profiles are something that they needed. I can kind of, and look, I'm harshing on them even at launch day. I'll grant maybe launch day would have been asking a little too much. But within the first year, I would have forgiven that pretty easily. I would have said, okay, they had a lot of stuff to do. Maybe this just kind of got backburnered. Within 2 years, I'm saying, all right, this took too long, but it's Google, so that kind of happens. I'll ignore it. We're into what? 6? Actually, hold on a second. Android TV. Unveiled June 2014. 7 years. 7 years. Wait, no. Yeah, 7 years. Sorry, I had to do the... Wait, am I off by 1 year? No. 7 years. 7 years and they don't have this feature yet. What the hell? This doesn't take this long. Was Stadia showing up in the recommended and pick up where you left off? I didn't realize that was a thing. Though I guess I haven't really turned on the Walmart on 4K device, which is the only one I've hooked up to Stadia out of my Android TV devices. Yeah, I can see why that would not be a thing, or why I wouldn't have seen it yet. But yeah, that makes sense. I'm sorry, but how do they not have this yet? This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm glad that they at least finally have multiple Google accounts. That allows individual apps to still kind of have a solution. You know, they can implement profiles themselves. I don't think that's the good solution. I think when someone sits down, they should be able to hit a button on the remote. I mean, let's be honest. Transition. There we go. Android TV remote. Blown out by the light. Here we go. At least kind of better. Give me a button. Right on this thing. Give me a button. Plain as day. Give me a button. I want to tap... Actually, not that one. I don't know. Just this one. This bookmark button, which honestly, I don't even know what it does. Let this bookmark button right here. I want to be able to press that and tell Android TV, hey, yo, it's now Cody, or it's now Carson, or it's, I don't know, someone else, anyone else, or I don't want to have to hit the Google Assistant button and literally say it, but I want to be able to just straight up say, I'm now this person. So until told otherwise, I want the TV to recognize, all right, if you enter 4 different apps, you don't have to change your profile on any of those apps. That's it. I want to not have to change profile in each app that I go to. I want that profile to be linked to a global profile. And I have a feeling Diablo's got some specific thoughts in mind for what profile should do too. Especially noting adult profiles, which kind of says it all. And that's not a adult content implication. It is it's because I'm sure like a child mode, kid mode kind of thing, obviously needs to kind of limit what is visible, and an adult profile should be, hey, we're totally cool with showing you Game of Thrones in the recommendation list or something like that. Yeah, it's not that hard, or it shouldn't be. This could be done as a simple API, and it isn't. Anyway, so Curvy Mermaid, Chromecast with Google TV can't fit the Android 12 OS update with that paltry 4 GB storage. So first off, technically it is not 4 GB storage, it is 8. However, about 4 of it gets eaten up by the OS, pre-installed apps, and all the other partitions and garbage like that. So technically, it definitely can fit it. I'm sure you were just being facetious, but still, that is a thing, and it is very notable that the Walmart on 4K device, exactly the same amount of storage. So, though it does have like 2 or 3 more pre-installed apps. So technically, where I believe the Chromecast with Google TV, also known as Sabrina, correctly known as Sabrina. It, I believe you get 4.1 gigabytes free when you pull it out of the box. And the Chromecast with Google, or sorry, the Walmart on 4K, I think you end up with like 3.9 gigabytes out of the box. Something like that. Maybe it's 4. It's a little bit less. Just fractionally, but it is less. What does the on do with the watch list button? That's a Google TV thing. I assume, let's see. I assume you were referring to this button. Oops. That button right there with the little TV symbol. It is not, in this case, a Google TV thing. It leads to YouTube TV. So this remote, this was actually something I wanted to make a bigger deal out of it, but I was already like over our kind of silently imposed word limit with my review. But this remote, of course, has 4 streaming services mentioned, but I kind of wanted to make a bigger deal about the fact that it's actually 5. And I do mention it this way, but this actually goes to YouTube TV. If, from what I understand, however, if you are using another app that's like a cable provider's app or something like that, I think in theory that app will take YouTube TV's place. So if you hit this button, it's, I think, supposed to go to that app instead. I don't know if that's accurate. Someone who has one of those cable services and actually uses that garbage app that those cable services produce, they're welcome to tell me. Funny enough, no one commented about that, so don't know. But at least currently, if you just open up the on 4K and hit that button, it will open the YouTube TV Play Store listing page, because that doesn't come pre-installed. And obviously, if it is installed, it'll just open directly to the app. I wonder if people would have to delete stuff ever for a system update. Ask Samsung users. And that is only slightly throwing shade. It's a fun way to throw shade, but it is fair shade to throw. I mean, I've done it. I've absolutely had to delete stuff for system updates in the past, though I find I do it a lot on iPhones. Not that I'm using an iPhone very frequently, but every iPhone I've had, okay, that's 2, but still, every iPhone that I've had to delete stuff in order to make space for system updates. Oh, the bookmark button is a Google TV thing. When you say Google TV, are you talking Android TV, YouTube TV, or like Chromecast with Google TV? Because I'm not like the Google TV part of Chromecast with Google TV, because I really didn't look into it, and I didn't try the button because I just didn't have it didn't occur to me at the time. Like, you know, you pick up a remote and you don't necessarily realize, oh, I should try all the buttons. Sometimes you just don't. The Google TV UI, okay. Because technically everybody has that now. I just never really looked into that button existing. I'm gonna have to play with it, because honestly, I don't know what it does. And even if I did, I don't think I would care, because I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. AT&T TV for me, no cable TV. Let's see. Do you think the On was gonna launch with Google TV, but at last minute switch? I mean, it is. It's technically, it is not. My understanding is technically it is not officially the Google TV UI, but it's so close as to be identical. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding something, but as far as I can tell, it's exactly the same. I've looked at screenshots, so many screenshots and comparisons with the Sabrina. I can't see a difference. Well, sorry, I know that there are very tiny little, like, subtle differences, but they're really not there. Like, there's not a big, oh my god, you're missing such and such feature, or there's no big functions or content missing. They look identical. Curvy, everyone has to switch to Google TV by 2023. Yeah, we'll see how that goes with old Sony TVs. We'll see how that goes with earlier, cheaper Android TV devices that are still, like, arguably supported, but really not supported. I have a funny feeling they're not going to be making much of a switch, which kind of sucks, because that also means that a lot of that stuff is going to get abandoned as people realize, hey, features are breaking. Because I'm sure if Google is mandating a switch to Google TV by 2023, the reason they're going to say that is because they're going to kill something. And if they start killing stuff and people come back and they realize, oh, hey, here's this device that's no longer supported, but it doesn't get like a Google TV interface for whatever reason, all of a sudden functions and features are going to stop working in TVs that they bought like 4-5 years earlier. People should be pissed about that. Their TV that cost, anywhere from $500 to $1,500 suddenly stops working right. Like, maybe not working entirely. I'm sure it'll still keep working, but all of a sudden, like, you try to use certain features or it starts throwing error messages because some service isn't available anymore. Like, that, people should be furious over. And I guarantee that's why, or that's going to happen once Google declares that the old interface is deprecated. Let's see. Seems like a good use for Stadia Tech. Wait, what is? Are you referring to the bookmark button or something else? I'm not quite sure. Let's see. Anyway, the Diablo. Okay, Curvy switching. Diablo, I was wondering, like, because the watch list bookmark button would pull up that place in the Google TV UI to let you see your list. I'm assuming it works the same way here. I mean, it must, right? I'm trying to think. Actually, you know what? I got an idea. We're gonna do a little bit of jerry-rigging some stuffs here. Okay, 1 second. I need to reach behind the screen to hook up a cable. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. Stuff's falling down. Okay, let's see. We're gonna just straight test a couple things right out from here. Let's see, Austin. No, just push new UI to old TVs that can't support the update via a Stadia-like stream. Whoa. Seriously? Like home screen? Nah. There's no reason for that. That would be... you would be pumping so much video stream, like so much data to someone's house for no reason. Imagine someone who's on Comcast. Like, how brutal would that be to just completely lose all of your monthly data to your home screen? Yeah, that would victimize people. Okay, let's see. Oh, hey, I need to get out of that before I switch over. So I was testing game emulation. Oh, actually, maybe you guys want to see this. Not that it's super interesting or anything, but yeah, so I loaded a emulator on and put on God of War. As you can see, it works. I mean, not great, but it works. Let's see. There was will this still connect? It does not. Okay. How about... Nope. Okay. The controller's not connecting. Yeah, it's choppy. If you think it's choppy here, it gets worse. Okay, we're gonna have to back out. Oh, actually, let's just hit home. And I'm doing this entirely through the OBS screen, so I'm seeing this super mini while you guys are seeing like full. Really quick, David Lama, take off the hat. No. My hair, like part of my hair, has not been cut since the start of COVID. Not taking off the hat. Let's see. Diablo. Oh, Stadia can do so much more. Please Google, think about it. I agree, Stadia can do more. I just don't want it for a home screen. Let's see. Curvy. Roku for the win? No. I don't... I'm not anti-Roku. I just don't care for Roku. Okay, let's... Oops. Alright, I'm going to have to switch out of studio mode for this, so I at least get a little bit more zoomed in. Hey, now I can actually read the screen. That's awesome. I'm happy about that. Let's see. Oops. Can we... Okay, and pairing. Pair. Paired. Okay. Does not appear to be working, even though it paired. I don't think this is a battery life issue, but just in case, let's plug this in and make sure it's actually powered. Okay. This worked perfectly before. All right, here we go. It's just took a little while to start working. All right, where's our? There we are. um. All right. So I know how much you guys want to see an impromptu game stream, but yeah, just to demonstrate, this thing does not. It's fine, and maybe God of War might be asking too much. This could have been way too much for this thing to really take, but we'll do a quick, just so you can kind of see. Oh, okay. Sure, new game. Yeah, whatever. Defaults, all the defaults. Yeah, these are all cut screens. We can skip that. Diablo. Walmart's just happy that Late Night Shopper might pick this over Roku. Definitely yes. I mean, this sits right on the shelf next to Roku's. Plain and simple. It's there to compete with the Roku. That being said, here's the thing. I mean, and if you want Android TV, this is pretty good. This is really good. $10 on Black Friday with a free month of a subscription service. I don't agree. Not that it won't do something like that, but I think it'll be like $20. $10 is too cheap. Like they 100% are losing money if they go that cheap. Whereas I think if they go to $20, like that makes sense. I think that's entirely accessible. Yeah, kind of quick recollection. What do these do? Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, you can see how choppy this is. Yeah, it doesn't hold up super well. The thing is, I don't know how well anything else holds up. I didn't get around to testing this with like a Shield TV or something like that. That being said, this also, like, maybe not this game. This game is playable. It's just ugly while you try to play it. Other games would actually be super playable. You know, throw on like a Final Fantasy Tactics or something like that, and you're gonna love this. Like, this is totally enough. You should be able to do this on Sabrina. Am I crazy? Sabrina has a more powerful processor, not by like a lot, but it should be powerful, and it's at least as powerful enough to do this. And let's watch that not so smooth animation. Oh, actually, that did not judder as much as I thought it would. But still, like, this runs okay. It's not great, but this is pretty decent. I mean, this is definitely in the playable territory. Again, like, within reason. Oh, lay down, dude. You're done. Oh, hold. I'm watching the same thing you guys are, so I can't even see through my head. Really? Oh, hey. Look at you. All big and ugly. Look at you, all bigger and uglier. Wow. hungry. Do I get to kill you? Yeah, I do. Okay. I hope that's L1 and R1. Alright, does not seem to be working. I might have to fix button mapping before trying that again. But oh well. Whoa. Yeah, you're gonna kick my ass. Because... Oh, wait. Now it works? Okay. Oh! I have to hit both at the same time. I misread that. I thought... Yeah, I'm gonna do terrible at this anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, at this point, wait, I can't even see myself. Where is my webcam? Hey, there we go. When it appears above the enemy's head, press OK. Oh. Yeah, I couldn't even see the... I couldn't tell. And it looks like he healed himself or something. So, okay, yeah, this is... Ghost of Sparta, more like Roast of Olympus. Nice. Nice, Diablo. Okay. Oh. I don't want a mini-game with you. You'll beat my ass because I can't see... Oh, you have to mini-game? Well, that's BS. Alright, so... we're just gonna stop on that anyway, because I did not actually intend for that to be the focus of this. What was our premise, though? I actually have now forgotten. We wanted to look at... oh, I wanted to see what that button did. So... Okay, this is the bookmark button. Oh, what am I playing it on? This is the... The device is the Walmart On 4K that I reviewed. It's the $30 streaming box, or $29 streaming box that Walmart just released. I did a review a week and a half ago-ish, and the app I'm using is PPSSPP. If you search for it, you'll find it. Or just look up PSP emulator. Look for something that kind of looks like that. I think there are only like 2 really common emulators, and this is one of them. I literally just picked the first one that I could find, and I know that this one's a popular one. So again, probably not the best game to try to use with this, just because performance is still going to be a little bit hamstrung. But I mean, man, I said peepee. But yeah, you could easily play, I would bet, most PSP games, because I'm guessing God of War has probably got to be one of the most intense. I bet you could play most PSP games at maybe not full frame rate, but high enough that you're not going to get judders or any issues. Yeah, I really think this device has gotten, or is getting, a bit of an unfair beatdown, just because it is a Walmart device. All that being said, and I'm now outside of the review, so I'm saying this as in my own harsh opinion, I truly, genuinely have no faith whatsoever that Walmart is not going to push an update to this box someday in the future. And that update is going to be like straight up, hey guys, here, have garbage. Here, we're going to add 30 prepaid services that you don't want. Here, we're going to like shove in ads in like right here in where favorite apps is supposed to be. Like maybe the top row is going to be straight ads. I don't think Google would let them do that, but hypothetically, if it were a thing, I don't know that none of this stuff will happen. It's Walmart, so I don't have a ton of faith. But for right now, as just a straight up $30 streaming box, this thing is pretty good. There are things about Chromecast with Google TV I would say are better. It has better support for like hardware features, like standards. I can't think of the names of the features now, but HDR10 Plus. The Walmart device will do HDR10. The the Google Chromecast with the Chromecast with Google TV supports HDR10 Plus on top of that. So Diablo, I know you're kidding about the Walmart app, but there were the only apps that are preloaded are of course YouTube and Netflix, no way around that. Disney Plus is preloaded. You cannot remove Netflix and Disney Plus because they have they have pre-installed tokens that are required for their 4K streaming. They also have HBO Max pre-installed. I think Peacock might have been pre-installed. I might be off on that. And I think Hulu might have been pre-installed. It was something like that. It's a short list of actual legitimate streaming services. Carson, yes, this is the on Android TV device. The on 4K, I call it. I don't really know a better thing to call it than on 4K, because they have the 1080p stick. This is the 4K box. They should add a shop Walmart from the assistant by voice so grandma can order easier. No, Amazon's already proven this should not be a thing. But yeah, I mean, this thing, it's using the Google TV interface. At least as far as I can tell, it is either identical or so close to it that it's irrelevant. There is all of this is exactly what you would normally see. And I left a lot of defaults here, so yes, there's garbage rows that I would normally get rid of. Or actually, I got rid of a bunch of stuff, but then I reset the device. Long story. That was an intentional, I needed to get screenshots reset of the device. It wasn't because something went wrong. I needed to get early screenshots. That's all. Carson, it's on the Play Store. No hacking done, no weirdness. Play Store is there. This is a fully Google certified device. 100%. So, I mean, if somebody sat down and did not see the remote control, I'm dead serious about this. If you did not see the remote control and somebody just sat down, handed you maybe a random remote and said, tell me which device this is without going into settings, you're not going to be able to tell this between this one and the Chromecast with Google TV. If you can't see the physical device and can't see the remote that came with it, and you don't go into settings, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. There's no visible difference that I'm aware of. Again, maybe you could guess by which pre-installed apps there are. I don't know what's pre-installed on the Chromecast with Google TV. Maybe there's some specific narrow exception. But seriously, I think a lot of people really justifiably don't trust Walmart. I don't trust Walmart. But this device, as it comes out of the box today, only as it comes out of the box today, no promises for tomorrow, as it comes out of the box today, this is an awesome device for $30. It is too good. If somebody doesn't care about the potential of hinkiness and the likelihood of slow updates, because these are two issues, if someone doesn't care about those two issues, and if you don't mind the remote, which hit and miss, I mean, it's not bad, it's not great. It annoys me that they could have done it better, is really the bigger issue. If you can overlook those very minor nitpicks, this is literally the same experience you're going to get from a Chromecast with Google TV, but at just over half the price. It is really good. I mean, the processor is a little bit weaker. Not by much. To most people, you're not going to be able to tell. And again, there are very specific hardware features, as in like HDR10 Plus, Dolby Vision, I think was one of them. There's a list. You'd have to check it. It's in the review, kind of. Are you sure? Because let me get out of that screen. Because I've looked. I don't remember really seeing, outside of like maybe some very minor tweaks somewhere. I don't know what is different in the Google TV UI. In fact, pulling it up right now. Oh, that's right. Okay, I did forget one thing. They have the difference is those tabs at the top. This has Home, Discover, and Apps, whereas, and I'll switch. Let's get back into studio mode, and I can demonstrate this with a good little window capture on the correct hold on. There we go. Image by itself in a tab. Okay. So just for example's sake, oh, we want to get over to the home screen. There we go. All right. So comparing, oh, damn it. I didn't do anything. That is one thing that bugs me. If you leave it sitting here with this selected for any amount of time, it takes over. I don't like that. Annoys. Anyway. Yeah, so the difference is, and I'll kind of flip back and forth a little bit here. So the tabs at the top, Google TV does have this For You, and then it kind of breaks down into live movies, shows, apps, and library. So yes, that is different. And then it does the top picks row above your apps, whereas here I've just got favorite apps, which then goes down into, I can't actually read that because my screen is now super tiny. But yeah, anyway, so you're getting differences, but there's, I mean, I don't care. Like this stuff, I just don't care that much about it. Why? Because I'm going to open Plex. Sometimes I'll open YouTube. I might open Stadia once in a while. And after that, like, we start getting into the services that I left because I didn't uninstall them. Carson. Yes, the PPP, the PPP, the PPSSPP app is on the Play Store. Let's see. Yeah, I pulled up a picture of the YouTube TV interface. That's it. At least that is from our article on AP. From, let's see, when was that? October 2020. That was the then current version of it. I suppose I don't know what it looks like now in case there's something newer. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing an article from The Verge that's talking about the new interface for this, which is exactly what we're seeing now. And how to geek. Why don't you put the freaking dates in your URLs? Okay. Anyway, yeah, so that looks to be about like the biggest differences. I'll transition back and switch to studio mode again so I can see. And just for reference, not that I think you're doubting me or anything, but oops. Wait, can we go to, yeah, there we go. On this device and down to, yep, there's the PSP emulator in the Play Store. You can see the actual Play Store page. So developer is Henrik Ridegaard. I don't know. Your guess may be as good as mine. Let's see. So yeah, okay. My bad. I thought this was a little closer to the Google TV UI, but it's, I mean, is this enough that it's breaking the experience? Oh, yeah, I forgot my cam. I forgot to turn it back on. Thank you. Also, why is it so short? Weird. I may fix that later. But yeah, anyway. So the emulator is on the Play Store. It does not come with games. Trust me. I will even demonstrate. Just real quick. So just for the sake of demonstration, let's I need to switch back to studio mode so I can switch correctly. Window capture. Yeah. Literally just search Google for PSP ROMs. Straight up, that's it. First result. Download. That's all I did. I thought I was going to have to do more to find ROMs. I honestly thought this would be something where like somebody would have like legally pursued them a little bit harder to stop sites from just straight up sharing them. But no, I literally went to the very first one I could and clicked save game. That's it. I downloaded the first ROM available. There's no torrent. There's no like click and enter captchas. Well, maybe there was a captcha. I don't remember. But there was nothing weird to do here. I didn't have to jump through any hoops. It was just straight up like download the ROM, upload it to, well, put it in the downloads folder of the on 4K and open it through. Oh, sorry. My bad. I forgot. I also had to decompress it because it did come down as a tarball. So one decompression step and then uploading it to the on 4K and then opening it up in PPSSPP. Why'd they pick such a terrible name? I don't know. Yeah, it's that easy though. And you know, this site is loaded with ROMs. I mean, I'm on page 1 of 92. I didn't think there were that many PSP games. But seriously, like there are Final Fantasy games. There's Crisis Core Final Fantasy 7 right there. Obviously Assassin's Creed, there's, you know, GTA, you got it. Like that's all you need. It's kind of ridiculous how easy it was to find games. And this is just the first emulator I tried. I'm assuming that there are, you know what? We're even going to find out. Experimentation-ish time. I'm not actually going to bother emulating the games. I just kind of want to see what else is in the store. All right, quickly also reading comments because I'm a little behind. Yeah, the major difference is each row below your apps is mixed content, not just a row for Netflix and another row for Play Movies. Yes, you're right. But for what it's worth, I bet that's going to be changing real soon. Maybe not immediately. It might take, I say real soon in Android TV terms, which is probably next year. But I imagine everyone will be on the same UI soon enough. It's something that, if you know what's going on, it's a developer thing that Google is very intentionally trying to get apps or app developers on board to start using, out of curiosity. Oh, I don't care about that. They want to get developers on board to start, or to support a new API that's going to do the content integration stuff. So chances are that part of the reason they might be doing it on the Google TV UI first is just to give some people a chance to start screwing around with this API and get their stuff working before they send it to literally every other device out there. This is just a guess. I don't know. That I'm just thinking that might be a reason for it. But yeah, I mean, I bet they're going to be on all the, or I bet pretty much everyone's going to be doing it soon enough. Okay. And I just realized that the watch list is still something that I haven't actually properly tested yet, but we will get there. Carson, right? Regular Android TV, I don't think does that, or maybe it does, but not as thoroughly. What I'm saying is, I think by next year it will, at least by the end of next year. I'm betting everyone will be on the same interface, doing the same stuff. Vice City Stories would be a good one for me to test. Maybe someday. I got nothing against GTA. I just haven't played any of them really. Not since the OG GTAs, like when they were still top down, just like sandbox games that you could drive around and blow crap up. Let's see. Google TV also pulls recommendations from live TV apps like Google TV, or YouTube TV and Sling, which, yes, they do. I don't care. I do not watch things live, with the rare exception of a few Twitch streamers, which, as discussed earlier with Corbin, even that I haven't done in months. Though I do know you're into sporting events, so that does make more sense. It's handy when there's a game on and... Yeah, okay. Yeah, you followed up with exactly what I was just thinking. When there's a game on and maybe you don't know it, or it saves you from having to look something up. And that makes a lot of sense. Oh, and your comment, I don't think regular Android TV does that. All right. I replied to that, not realizing that was part of a longer thought. But yeah, okay, I agree. I don't believe Android TV does that today. I think it will. I still do think it will. I think by sometime next year that will become a standard feature. Let's see. Google loves to give themselves exclusives first, and if I don't know who read the review, I'm not pushing anyone to do it, but if you did, you may have noticed that was very much one of the things I said very clearly. I think the biggest advantage of Android, or of buying a Chromecast with Google TV instead of this, the thing you're paying $20 for, over the price of this. Well, two things. One, updates. 100%. I genuinely do not think the on 4K is going to get very many updates. If it does get any updates at all, it's probably going to be 1, maybe 2. That's it. I don't think it's going to be big in updates, and when it does get them, I think it's going to be late. I went to Corbin and specifically asked him, "Hey, have you been tracking when you were working on the update tracker for AP, did you ever track Walmart?" And he didn't. If it weren't for that, like, I would know. I'm assuming Walmart will follow the same sort of pattern. If they're good about updating their tablets, which they didn't make those either. But if they're good about updating tablets, maybe they'll be good about updating this. If they're not good at it, I bet this thing is going to, again, maybe see 1 or 2 updates, and that's it. So we'll see, but I don't have a lot of hope. Okay, there is a emulator. Oops, damn it, nope. So, ooh, C64 emulator, Super NES, and that's just all by him. Game Boy Color, MSX. I don't remember what that one does. Okay, I mean, that's a lot of emulators on the Play Store. I feel if those are there, it's, well, I mean, we already knew it wasn't like off limits per se. Let me try some of these later. So yeah, anyway, that's what I wanted to kind of check over here. So yeah, I was saying updates. The other thing is Google is going to give exclusives to its own devices first. That much is generally consistent and true. Not always, and it's Android TV. So how much does Google care about Android TV? Today, right now, it's a big talking point because they've released a device in the last year and they're still sort of caring about it. But the signs also point to, do they? How much is Google going to care about Android TV in a year? We thought they cared about it years ago when they released the Nexus player. Nope. We thought they cared about Android TV a couple of other times since then. Like, they've done big feature updates, didn't release their own device, and then we didn't see another major update for 2-3 years. Well, maybe not 3 years, but at least like 2. And they didn't fix bugs that they put into it for long periods of time. Google's history with Android TV is about as bad as its history with Wear. Android Wear has been really, really super abandoned until it wasn't abandoned. Then it was abandoned again. We've been through this dance. Whoops. Hit a button by accident. Which I guess I can switch at least momentarily back to... Oops. That one. Yeah, that's the one. Without studio mode, I need a panel for tapping these things, not this. Anyway, so yeah, my thinking is this is cheaper, but you technically are risking the possibility of not getting updates, not getting exclusive features, and is it worth $20 to gamble on these things? That's up to each person. You know, to me, and there was a comment, like, I didn't make this part of my review, but I commented in the review, to me, it's worth it. I would spend $20 to get a Chromecast with Google TV over this, purely because I think Google is going to release additional exclusive features. Maybe they won't be good. In fact, they might actually make it worse. But I would rather try. I would want to try. I would want that possibility of getting the better experience if it comes. To other people, not that big of a deal. If you're one of those people who's going to be like, hey, I just need a TV sitting in my garage attached to a TV, yeah, I just need a TV sitting in my garage when I'm going to be working on stuff. Like, it becomes kind of a workshop TV. All it needs to do is be able to run Plex or Netflix or maybe a music app. Doesn't matter. Hey, at that point, buy this. There's no reason to spend an extra $20. You don't care about updates. You don't care about exclusive features on that. You just know $20 is all you care about. That's it. So, it just depends on each person's particular need. Anyway, catching up on comments. I'm not that far behind, but I see one I want to catch up to. I'm sure that the Pixel 6 will have more Material U polished stuff in interface, and then the older Pixels will get in another update. Oh yeah, 100%. The Pixel 6 is always going to look nicer than the previous Pixels, and then when the Pixel 7 comes, it will do the same thing. It's the way Google does. Apple does it. Samsung does it. I suppose even probably OnePlus does. Who knows? Yeah, it'll definitely be that way. Carson, were you playing that with a controller connected? I was, in fact. Yes, I was playing with a PlayStation 4 DualShock. This is a DualShock, right? I don't remember, does it? You don't see something that specifically says DualShock, but I think it is. Anyway, whatever version of controller this is, that's what I was using. In order to connect it, not that... I don't know if you happen to have one, but if you do, I was holding down the PlayStation button and the share button. Hold those down simultaneously. That puts the controller into pairing mode, and then you can connect it as a Bluetooth controller. So, yeah, pretty much as easy as that. I think it works with every PlayStation controller that came out since the DualShock 4, the PS4 or DualShock controllers. I think there was, I could be misremembering this, but I think there was one controller that came before that or something, and that one may not have supported it. And then PS3 controllers you can use, but you have to connect them with a wire, which that's not really a good option with this streaming device. And the same is true with, to some extent, the same is kind of true with the Chromecast with Google TV. You would need like an OTG cable, I think. Maybe you don't, I guess you might not need that with the Chromecast, because I think you could just connect that because of USB-C. It's easier. In this case, you have a micro USB going in. By the way, that is the one big catch. If that matters to you, if you need external storage attached, or you need to connect other accessories, you're going to need a micro USB OTG cable with power pass-through. That's the catch if you want to do any of those things, because you only have two ports on this device. One is HDMI, one of them is micro USB. Micro USB is for powering it. It will connect for data. Corbin tested this, so it is confirmed. But you need a pass-through cable, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. It's either that or you're going to have to use like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi stuff, which totally works, but it's not good for all options. Let's see. Yeah, they're probably going to be like Xiaomi Mi Box and do one update at end of life. Yes, honestly, that's what I expect from this. I think the On 4K is going to get abandoned at the end of its life, but so be it. I mean, if that happens, it's unfortunate. That's not ideal, but that's life. At $30, this is still so cheap. If you get, let's say, 2 years, 3 years out of it, that's not bad. I'm 100% like 3 years out of a device that costs $30, $10 a year. I mean, that's less than $1 a month for this device. Come on. Like that is choice. And if you, again, if you need it, like if you need just one device, screw it, get the Chromecast with Google TV. But if you need to load up like a guest room, a workshop, a garage, maybe like you're gonna put this on, I don't know, let's just hypothetically say you have a building, for some reason you need to hook up 50 TVs in a building. Hypothetical, you know. Let's maybe you're a hospital or something, I don't know. Just whatever excuse you can come up with. Maybe you run like a here's a weird one. Maybe you're doing like a Airbnb, but it's like apartments and you just own the whole building and you're just Airbnb-ing every apartment in it. Put one of these in each room. People love it. It's great. This is a great device to stick in each room. And it, you know, when you're saving $20 a pop over like literally, let's say 50 of them, that's worth it. Like that's a huge amount to save. So, you know, this has a place. This is a great, yes, entry level device, but like it's a good entry level device. Anyway. Okay, quickly skimming down. Also, Stadia on Android TV lets other controllers too. Yes, it does. Which is really nice. So yeah, you could totally use a PlayStation controller if you wanted, stuff like that. Carson, your stream fell behind by like 5 minutes. Was wondering why you were so late reading chat. Nice. Yeah, that has a weird way of happening sometimes. Cameron, headset. I'm assuming that's about the OTG connections, stuff like that. Chromecast as your Stadia streaming on YouTube can be a neat thing. Yeah, and you know, obviously, if you are playing Stadia on a Chromecast, you have to use Stadia's controller. And as I've discussed in the past, it's not the worst controller I've used, but it's also not the best. I will say, having used this now, the buttons are so mushy compared to a Stadia controller. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's not. They're kind of nicer, but it's hard to go back. Yeah, only Chromecast Ultra, but yeah, it's so hard to go back to using a mushier buttons, softer feedback buttons. Okay, I'm seeing the responses. I'm not sure if I said something wrong or if it's mixed up somewhere. But yeah, on Chromecast Ultra, as far as I'm aware, you have to use the Stadia controller if you're playing on a Chromecast Ultra. If you're playing on an Android TV device using Stadia app, you can use any controller that you can connect to the device. So it could be a Stadia controller, it could be a PlayStation controller, it could be some Bluetooth piece of garbage that nobody wants to use. Like Bluetooth only, you know, non-console controller. If you're playing on, and you know, it's the same as a PC or anywhere else. If it's anywhere else, you can use pretty much any controller you can connect. But yeah, as far as I understand, the Chromecast Ultra is strictly Stadia controller only. Also, for what it's worth, I bet we're not going to see those things ever again after Stadia stops including them. One of these days, Stadia is going to switch away from the Chromecast Ultra the Chromecast Ultra that currently, well, last time it sold was retailing at what, $70? I think it was 70. They're going to stop including that and start including the Chromecast with Google TV that currently retails at $49 or $50, whatever. We all know that's not how it really works. The parts are definitely cheaper on a Chromecast Ultra, or they were. So without doubt, that's a little bit of a difference. And I'm sure they're just clearing out stock. They're getting rid of like whatever leftovers they had. But yeah, one of these days they are going to run out of those, and when that happens, I would bet pretty much anything we're never going to see Chromecast Ultras again. At that point, the next time Google or Stadia or whoever we want to say, the next time they give away a kit, like have some sort of dirt cheap, hey, here, we want everyone to have access to a Stadia controller. When they hand out those kits, they're 100% going to include a Chromecast with Google TV someday. Anyway, so let's see. It is pretty much past the time I normally stop. If we got anything quick, let me know and I'll hit it. Otherwise, I'll be taking off very shortly. Let's see. Fortunately, I have 2 Stadia controllers at home to reduce button wear. Carson, yes, believe me, I'm wildly suspicious that my Stadia controller will not last super long. We'll see. We'll definitely see. The day will come when this thing is going to retire itself, and I will not be making that decision. Fortunately, I do have 2 backups ready to go. Actually, I have one backup that is still in the box, has never been taken out, and I have a second one that is sitting in the living room. So, but that one gets so little use, I will probably, I don't know, I'll probably just break into the backup when that time comes. Let's see, Diablo, and like, why the limitation to stop the assistant button on Stadia controller for Android TV? I'm not familiar with that one, but I will say I don't want the assistant button on really any of it. I no joke. When I reviewed this thing, have to tip it this way so the light doesn't blow it out completely. When I reviewed this thing, dead serious, I hit this button up here twice to test it. I don't use Assistant with Android TV. I never have. I mean, I get it. I get there's a reason for it. I don't use it. It just doesn't serve a purpose to me. Anyway, so, and I especially don't want it on Stadia. I don't know why it's on Stadia at this point. I mean, I get why it's on Stadia, but it shouldn't be in a central location on the controller. It shouldn't be in a place where you can accidentally hit it super easy. And a lot of people do. It's still one of the top complaints. In yesterday's Stadia keynote, I missed a Stadia keynote? Wait, was this a keynote or was this just like a blog post? But they said they would be doing another partnership with YouTube later this year. Okay, well that's good. How did I miss that there was a Stadia keynote? Oh crap, they totally did. Wait, it's... Oh yeah, it was part of the GDC event, wasn't it? Low-key one. Oh, okay, it was a dev keynote. That's why I missed it, because nobody at AP cares at all about dev stuff. Yeah, okay, I saw the thing about they're gonna do a larger profit share, so I do know that. I saw the bit about... Well, I guess that's maybe the only thing I remember. But the profit share thing was definitely their big hype, which we'll see. There's a big we'll see to that one. Refer back to this Stadia devs don't look at a graveyard meme. Yeah, for real. Let's see. Google be like, what other division we should let talk? Shaking my head. Sounds like why YouTube and Stadia not talking closely already. I don't understand that at all. These two definitely belong together. It's weird that they don't. Oh yeah, the Windows game porting, which, as Corbin pointed out, sounds a lot like they're just implementing Wine. Um. Okay, yeah, but okay, as just looking this up, I see. Um, let's share that. Yeah, okay. Took a gamble. I was on the right screen. Um, just searching for Stadia keynote, the one from a day ago. Very notably, 19 and a half minutes. That is a real lightweight keynote. So when I watch this mini episode, I will sit back with some popcorn and enjoy. Funny enough, I could probably restream this and Google wouldn't care. But oh well. Me being salty. Fudge you, Apple. Fudge you. Actually, fudge you, Twitch. It's more Twitch's fault. Apple, yes, was hiring a D-bag lawyers, but Twitch is the one that's actually screwed up. Like, legitimately did the wrong thing. Anyway. So, with that, I do think... Yeah, I think it's probably food and break time. I have photos to edit, I have stuff I need to write, and all that good jazz. But as usual, I will be in Discord, because, let's be honest, we've been talking in Discord a lot lately. So, yeah, I will see you guys all there. And we'll do the outro. If you've enjoyed what you've seen and feel like supporting the channel, feel free to drop down into the description and find links to Patreon and Streamlabs, where you can subscribe or donate. And as always, thank you to Diablo for maintaining a subscription for, I don't even know how many months in you are, but it's a while. Thank you, dude. Let's see. I have I will be posting affiliate links to Amazon in the offhand interest that anyone would like to buy through there and support in that method. Let's see. Outside of that, I will be hopefully back this weekend. No promises, because weather issues. We'll see. But yes, hopefully I will be back this weekend for some gaming. And if Carson's going to be around, I'll ping you again just for double confirmation. Probably Last of Us Part 2 replay. Which almost seems weird, seeing as how the original Last of Us, the last time I played it, is now actually several months ago, like probably close to a year ago. I'm almost wondering if I should do another round of that, but I kind of just want to go straight to Part 2. But we'll see. Some consideration. I just realized I forgot to actually examine that watch list feature, but damn it. Thanks for the link, Diablo. I will check it out later. But yeah, I totally spaced on that. Let's see. And then was there anything else? I don't think so. Maybe there might have been. Yeah, Part 2 was a long time ago. Part 2, oh, actually, yeah, it came out in July, didn't it? Was it July? Something like that. So yeah, it's been about a year since I played that. Aw. I want to go play. Anyway, yeah, I'll do updates in the next day or two. Oh, was it June? Okay. Pretty close. Hey, it was pandemic time. Nobody knows what time anything happened during the pandemic. That's my excuse. That, and it doesn't matter. I wouldn't remember anyway. I know, poor Ellie, definitely. Well, poor Joel. Anyway, so with that, thanks guys for hanging out, watching the stream, being part of the conversation, helping me to actually catch up on the Android 12 beta news for sure. Let's see, before I forget, back into studio mode. I do not feel comfortable if I'm not in studio mode. It was first game stream, not counting the infamous Destiny 2 Twitch stream. That's not quite. I don't think that was true. I'm pretty sure I started with something else, but maybe it was. I would have sworn I did something else first. Huh. I don't know. I would go back and look, but Twitch is a dick. Anyway, all right. With that, seriously though, I'm gonna get going because otherwise this outro will literally be hours. So thanks guys for coming and hanging out. I will chat with you sometime very soon, either this weekend in Discord or, well, worst case scenario, next week for another RambleCast. With that, good night, everybody.